It's go time. What's going on, family? How you doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew for tonight. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We got Miss Shan Monet, Laisha, Trev Smooth, Mr. Darwin McPherson, Bohemian, and Ashanti Warrior, Sweeney, me, myself, from Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
We're good.
Hi, everyone. I'm doing good. I hope y'all are too.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Good to see you. I just switch it up a little bit, man. Trev, you got that camera pointing that way. Yeah.
How's the shot? How's shot
do
feeling?
this. How about now?
Yeah, probably better now. I think Ashanti Bohemian should be coming back in. I know she was on the call. So, anyhow, good to see you guys, man. Welcome. Hopefully, you guys are doing amazing. Let's see what we got in the chat. Dale Matthews, Nike. What's going on? How you doing? Dr. Steele, I spoke to you guys earlier, but hello again. YKTV, how you doing? Got Flavor One, Christopher Matthews, Edward Gilbert, Dory G. Gabriel Meth, how you doing? Who else we got? Think First, my first time seeing you. Change for Life, my first time seeing you. Welcome. My Life, Your Entertainment. Pick up Lapeef. He said pause. Let's see what y'all started already. Y'all even got the chat participating in y'all shenanigans. TJ, what's going on? How you doing? Dora G said she ready, Darwin. So whenever you summon for her, just let us know. Dora G is ready. Got OJ in the house. How y'all doing? My life is laughing at that whole pause thing. As you guys come in, again, hit that like button. That's the first thing you should do. That's all we asking for, just the like button. And if you are catching us on a replay, hit the like button as well. We got an excellent show ahead for you guys. Dr. Umar claims Black men's lack of sexual discipline is destroying our communities. This is what he said. So I'm going to run this clip. We'll go ahead and get reactions. Bohemian, you good? Mic check.
I'm good.
Okay. And shame on that. We're definitely gonna do something about that light, man. Your shit fading out.
Listen, I'm trying to let y'all see me, but shoot, it may be dark all day night tonight. I don't care.
No, is it on batteries or what is it on? You gotta put
it's on my laptop. It connects to my laptop.
Okay. Well then, if it connects to your laptop, is it USB?
Yes.
Well then, once you get you a charger, maybe that laptop just too weak. You got to get something strong.
Or it's gonna block me from getting out of my seat, but okay, it's one right back here. But
yeah, because it's not lasting. You need something that's gonna last long and strong.
You're right.
Hey man, that is a kept woman, man. Stop trying to pitch Wu on the job.
Here we go.
Well, I was speaking tech language, Sweeney. I don't know what language.
You pitching Wu on the job, man.
Nah, man, I was speaking tech language.
This goes back to the topic, by the way.
Yeah, Sweeney man in the gutter, man. Come on, Sweeney. Anyhow, again, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. It was good, man. While Shannon's getting her, I don't want to miss this video. Bohemian, you got to get a drink or something, kind of loosen you up a little bit.
Hi, Flavor.
Yeah, you're saying you're so serious.
Who, me?
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about Bohemian. Well, somebody told me you were Sweeney. Somebody asked about
I'm not serious.
Somebody was like, "Is Sweeney okay?" I said, "Yeah, that's just Sweeney, man. He just kind of one of them people. He want to be a puzzle to everybody, so he just seeking attention. That's all. So if you get a lot of attention from the people in the chat, then you know those are people that was checking on you.
Yay!
What you do different, Shan? You just smiling, okay? What'd you do?
I was listening to y'all the whole time. I mean, just because I have the camera off, I'm still listening to the conversation.
That smile can go like two different ways. It could be psychotic, or it could be maybe you just happy. But for some reason, you just was looking at.
I'm psychotic.
According
to the chat, they think I'm crazy anyway.
She
might as well.
She getting into her Cookie and Z character. I see. Okay. You had to be on Sunday to get that one.
Mm,
All right. Let's go ahead and get this show started, man.
You got a little something in your coffee over there?
sugar. That's all.
Yeah, okay.
Sugar.
You got some whiskey in there.
I drank last night. I had
sugar
tequila
booger?
last night. Can't drink back to back.
That sugar booger.
Oh, what kind of tequila?
I don't even know. They were just giving me drinks, child.
Casamigos.
The best kind of free tequila.
Listen,
The best
it
kind.
felt so. It was. I was in my teaching the world.
All right. Shout out to teachers going wild, man. That's what they do in the summer. You have to let go and let loose.
It's summer. Woo woo.
What's wrong with that? I hear that. All right, let's go to get this show started, man. I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip and let's get into it.
Final question before we wrap it up. I saw something floating around, something about your daughter, potential daughter.
That is my daughter.
Okay, I want you to touch on that because I wanted you to speak on it from your perspective outside of just what's going on in the world.
Well, I would say, not to go too deep because that's
for sure.
But I would say my situation is the perfect situation that young black men or any black man will find yourself in when you don't practice sexual discipline. Because see, when my daughter was born, I was happy to be a father and I was ready to be one. But I was told that if I didn't marry the mother, I wouldn't be allowed to be. You see?
I went through that.
Yes, that was a pregnancy for marriage. It had nothing to do with me not wanting my child. I was ready. I was hyped. I was happy. You feel me?
Yeah.
And I said, I want this baby if you're going to let me be a father. I said, I don't want to be going to no child support, and I don't want to be going to no damn family court. And lo and behold, the very things I asked not to be subjected to, she subjected me to them.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying?
Okay.
And so, according to my daughter's narrative, her mother didn't share the truth with her. You felt her mother didn't tell her the real reason why I kept you from your father. And that was because I didn't marry her.
That's deep.
Damn.
So with that being said, I'm looking forward to building that relationship with my child. I'm patient with her because I know it can be tough to have one parent tell you, this is why your daddy wasn't there. And then for you to find out from your father, that ain't the reason I wasn't there.
That's not it.
She's the reason I wasn't there.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying? Yeah. So I know she's hurting because she love her mom. She loyal to her mom, right?
Yeah.
And I think she's ambivalent and conflicted because I think she feels like if I try to build a relationship with my father,
It's going to affect.
is my mother going to feel some type of way? One thing you should never do is make your child choose sides.
Yes.
That is not their business. Black parents got to stop making our sons and daughters choose who you going to be with because that's the situation my daughter is in. I know she wants me. You feel me? I know it. But if I reach out to my father and come back home happy,
how mama gonna feel?
how mama gonna feel? She gonna feel like she betrayed her mother.
Yeah.
Why should a child feel like I betrayed my mother just to build a relationship with my father and I'm a grown woman?
Yeah. Because you said you got receipts.
But guess what? I'm not gonna blame the mom. As a man, I'm gonna blame me.
Ooh,
I should have been more sexually disciplined back then.
that's a fact.
You understand? I created the situation. If I didn't impregnate that woman, she could have never done that to me. So at the end of the day, we as men have to take responsibility because our demons, our bad decisions, our lack of sexual discipline is eroding the foundation of our community. These women who we're not committing to, they're teaching our kids to hate us.
True.
And that's our fault. What they doing is wrong. But if we never sowed the seed in the first place, we could have never gave them a reason to do it. And so now you got a whole generation of young black girls who hate men. Some of them going to get turned into lesbians because they've been indoctrinated by their mother, their grandmother, their aunts, and everybody else that black men ain't ish. So if we want to save the community as black men, the first thing we got to do is we got to start practicing sexual discipline. Why Puffy on trial right now? Feel me? Sexual discipline, bro.
Yeah. Check
We
yourself.
got to get that thing under control. It's a political weakness. It's a family weakness. It's a weakness all over the board, bro.
Even MLK, he couldn't even. Oh man.
Yeah,
he couldn't
he
control
had his
it.
moments, but this is what I say about the good reverend. Here's what I say
This
about
guy
the
done
good reverend.
sparked it back up.
Because I'm a Dr. King man.
No, I am too.
But here's what I say to that. Did Coretta Scott King ever discuss his infidelities with the public?
Never.
So why do we?
Ooh.
If his wife never gave voice to it a day in her life, who are we to?
All right, let's go ahead and get into it, man.
What was the last thing he said? What was the last thing he said? If what you call never did what?
He was saying Coretta Scott never like spoke to the public about the allegations. Yeah, so he didn't give it. He felt like he's praising her for not giving those allegations life.
Political weakness, it's a family weakness, it's a weakness all over the board, bro.
Even MLK, he couldn't even. Oh man.
Yeah,
he couldn't
he
control
had his
it.
moments, but this is what I say about the good reverend. Here's what I say
This
about
guy
the
done
good reverend.
sparked it back up.
Because I'm a Dr. King man.
No, I am too.
But here's what I say to that. Did Coretta Scott King ever discuss his infidelities with the public?
Never.
So why do we?
Ooh.
If his wife never gave voice to it a day in her life, who are we to?
Who broke the home? Men walking away or women choosing wrong? I'm gonna start with you first, Bohemian.
I don't know why y'all always do that to me. Okay. Ooh. So I don't think that there is a particular party that can be chosen for this. Men walk away. Do women choose wrong? I don't really know that that's a thing necessarily. But both parties have responsibility in this. So you can't just choose a side. There are too many components. There are too many parts at work on both sides. Um to lay blame anywhere. Indoctrination and socialization, if I'm being honest, is to blame. So people act differently based on how they've been indoctrinated and socialized. So it's just too many working parts to lay blame.
All right, go ahead, Miss Sham on that. Who broke the home? Men walking away or women choosing wrong?
Both of them. Both of them. I mean, it started just by having unprotected sex, and y'all don't even, there's no intent to marry there. So we all know sex leads to having children, and when you have it unprotected, you are already starting saying, okay, I don't mind having a broken home because we're not married, and here's this child, right? So I think that both are involved. We can't blame men, we can't blame women solely, but we can blame them both because it took two of them to participate in the act that they knew could lead to having, kids, knowing that they weren't married. So I think it's both.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Ann. Who broke the home?
Women by choosing wrong. It is our responsibility we gatekeep. We are the ones who decide who has access to our bodies. If she knew she wanted marriage before she ended up pregnant, then she should have never had premarital sex. It's really that simple. I understand Dr. Umar's self-accountability, and I respect it, and I think it's absolutely true. Because if you look at the HIV rates in our community, the reason why it impacts Black women so deeply is because we are very race loyal. We stick to our men. And if our men aren't, being disciplined, then yes, I could see how that could impact not just women, but the community as a whole. Regardless, as women, we still are the ones who gatekeep. We still are the ones who decide who's going to become a legacy builder. We are the ones who do that. And so, yeah, it's women. Like, it's women. It's. I don't think it's a both thing. It's a, I'm choosing to lay down with someone who I know, like, because as women, if we really are the intuitive ones, if we're the intuitive ones, there are signs that tell us beforehand if this is someone we should commit to or not.
All right. Go ahead, Trev. Who broke the home, men walking away or women choosing wrong?
Mm-hmm. So Ashanti, I could appreciate you holding the females accountable with that. And the reason for that is because, they're the one that has to bear that. And if we look at it, right, it's a lot more women who that happen to than men, right? Most men don't even have the access to women like that. If we start from the silent generation, right? Just sexual experience was pretty down. It went up a lot, Generation X, and then it tapered down. And celibacy is up as far as Gen Z is concerned. Teenage pregnancy is down. So, in all actuality, most men are behaving responsibly. Now, we do have some men who are some bad actors, and they pick up the slack for all the guys that ain't getting buns. But again, those dudes, we tried to talk to them, right? They don't give a damn. But the women hopefully will be the gatekeepers. And if you don't want to have a child with someone, then yeah, you have to exercise some type of options, right? And maybe it may not be realistic to be celibate or take sex out of the equation altogether, which is the best option. But there's other options. There's always safe sex, and it's a 3-car garage, and only one of them will fertilize an egg. So
Can you chill?
Wait, what happened?
Did you just? Do you think it's contradictory to bring up anal and oral as a way out?
I didn't say that.
You said 3 holes.
I definitely didn't say that.
You did say that.
I inferred from what you were saying, you were talking about the 3 holes.
You talking crazy right now. This is sounding kind of dirty. I don't know what's going on.
I do agree with you.
Gaslight me.
I do agree with you, Trev. Because he is playing with you right now.
With the sodomy, right? No, I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I do agree with you, but I think that the best way is just we should not be having sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the absolute best option, right? But some people are really hard-headed, so there is a not the right way to do the wrong thing, but a better way to do the wrong thing if you must, right? And I don't encourage it at all. Anybody that I'm responsible for, I'm expecting them to abstain until they're ready, right? But not everybody is has parents that are very involved and disciplined. Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna see some people doing some things. Go ahead.
But it's the act of intimacy building, because what he said was, I slept with a woman knowing that I did not want to be married. It's not necessarily whether you do oral or anal or whatever. It's the fact that you are committing an intimate act with someone, and that transforms women. And I think men need to be very aware of the fact that even if you do oral or even if you do anal or if whatever, that woman will look at you differently the moment she shares her body with you intimately. Period. Period. And if you don't want to be committed to this person, do not do intimate building connections with this person. There are people who are willing. There are people who are willing to do the activities with you and not want commitment. But I just think it's very important to recognize that it's not necessarily the act itself, the intimacy building. Don't choose people you're not willing to go the long distance with, really. I think, personally.
All right. Let me go ahead and get Sweeney in there. Who broke the home? Men walking away or women choosing wrong?
Hi, sweetie. Hi.
My bad, man. I couldn't get my mute button to work, man. Couldn't turn off the mute. I would argue it's probably a combination of both. Societal wise, I think freedom broke the home. When you give people the ability to do what they want, they're going to do what they want. And what has happened over the last 50, 60 years is that people found reasons to leave their marriages and their relationships and no longer feel that they have to commit to one another, even if there is a child there. You know what I mean? Like think about how many excuses people come up with to not deal with somebody beyond a sexual encounter. And like I said, I always say this, especially nowadays, sex has become sex is the forethought and everything else is an afterthought. Whether you should get married or not, whether the person is the right person to be around, whether the person is the right person to even have children with, is all an afterthought. You think about, oh snap, should I be having a child with this person after you already conceived? So, and people have to, and like I said, people have the freedom to walk away. You don't have to be with somebody no more. Especially, there's no requirement for marriage no more. There's no social push for marriage between two people. In fact, I will argue that there's a social push that those people leave one another. Because people will tell you, regardless of your reason. Now, we understand like the worst parts of the Bible that people pretty much are all in alignment on that you should leave someone for. But oftentimes, that ain't always most of the time when I hear people say or give advice that someone should leave, they actually catastrophize. I don't even know if that's a goddamn word.
Bruh.
I'm gonna use it anyway because I like it. They often catastrophize the smallest things. Like a woman will come into the chat and be like, "Hey, look, man, me and my husband got into it this weekend because I really needed his help doing the laundry, and I know he normally doesn't do the laundry, but this weekend I really needed his help, and he just told me no." And then the whole comment section be, "Girl, you should leave him. He narcissistic. He don't care about you." I'm like, God damn. Like, over some laundry? There ain't no conversation. You know, back then people used to actually give you real tangible advice in relationships. I would argue, I think the reason why they was able to give real tangible advice is because they were in relationships. Most of the time when people go out for advice, who are they getting advice from?
Other single people.
You ain't getting advice from people who are in relationships or married or any of that shit. You're getting advice from a bunch of single people who love to see you in the same scenario that they in.
Misery loves company.
Now, and the reason why I say this, because I seen both shaking their head, is because we know that majority of, especially in our community, majority of us ain't married. So by sheer numbers, if you go online and you post something about your situation, more than likely, almost 70% of those people are going to be people who aren't married, who want to tell you, give you advice on your marriage or your relationship. And I think right now the single rate, I know the marriage rate is about 30%, but I think over half of people are literally single. Nobody, not even in a relationship, they just single as French toast. So I think freedom broke the home. Y'all, everybody can do whatever the hell they want to do. They don't have to be there. I don't have to be with you if I don't want to be with you. As a matter of fact, for example, Umar is a prime example of that, because I was sitting there listening to him and I'm like, what was so bad about her that you couldn't marry her? Like, what was wrong with her? He didn't say, man, she wasn't. Now, he didn't say, man, this woman wasn't she. He said, man, I didn't want to get married.
But she was good. Like, he was excited to be a father to the child, though.
Because I don't think his sexual discipline was the problem. Your choices afterwards was the problem.
Yeah. And do you think that's part of the reason why there might be animosity?
Yeah, if I was her, I would have been pissed. Like, wait a minute, so we gonna have this baby, and you telling me like the only, and then like if you think about it now, I can say that there probably is possibly some fault on her end. But 18, that girl 18 years old, 18 or 16, 17, 18, I don't know. That's way too many years to go by for you to tell me that you like what you gave up in the first couple years.
Sweetie, real quick, do you think that there's just something that he's not mentioning or does not want to mention that could be wrong with her, judging by some of his claims that he made as of late? Do you think that there could have been an underlying issue that he just really wanted to avoid being tethered to that woman for life?
Potentially, yeah. But I don't know. I think he just might not be very pro marriage though. I mean, it says it in his actions. He's ran into several women that are marriage material by this point. He's still not married. You don't get to 40 like I get it. If she wasn't marriage material, who are you going and I would accept that. If she wasn't marriage material, okay. I accept that. But from what I'm seeing in regards to the way that he behaves in relationships, he's not very pro marriage, at least in the
Well,
legal sense.
he might just be led with his loins. Who knows? I mean, judging from, maybe he just don't want to be married.
But Smooth, let's say there is something wrong with her. Why is he doing an act that would tether him and her forever?
Yeah, I don't think. See, most people when they are pursuing a woman, right, particularly sexually, they're not thinking of parenting with that one. They thinking they pull out game is going to be good enough to not fertilize the egg, and that's the issue.
Is that a cultural thing, or is that just men always thing?
What, the
Because that's
pull-out
not
game?
consistent.
Are you talking about the pull out specifically?
Well, yes, but this idea of, I'm not trying to like, really be with this person forever. My pull-out game is strong. I'm just
So
that's
like
just
the
a
first,
man thing?
no, it's not a man thing. That's a human thing, right? Because these females know what's up. They know that there's a high probability that they will probably get pregnant, and if they haven't had those types of discussions of what's going to happen next, if that were to happen, then you're just being irresponsible, right? But it takes two to tango. They're both irresponsible for that. Now, I don't know why he did that in particular, but from what Sweeney is saying, probably not marriage minded, and I could believe that because at this age, I'm pretty sure there was some woman who would have married him, right? He's a pretty accomplished man.
Absolutely.
He's not disfigured. He looks like he's fits at least the height threshold for most women. So, and he's probably got a decent amount of money, right? So it's like, yeah, he could probably find a wife if that's what he really wanted. But he's saying he wants multiple wives. So maybe that might make it more difficult for him to find two women that would agree to that, because maybe he's not that kind of guy that could accomplish that. So that could be in the way.
All right, let me get Lasia in there. Who broke the home, Lasia?
Okay. So I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, and I'm gonna say that the problem that I have with the question in general is the statement home, because it seems like everybody only wants to tie the word home to marriage. And I believe that you can have a great home without it being a marriage, because I am a product of that. Like, I had a two-parent household. My father never missed an event. My father lived with us. My father took care of the home. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, and my parents never married, even though my dad asked. She just felt like certain things about it. She wasn't with being like paperwork tied to him. And a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people feel like we don't have to have marriage, and maybe that's where Dr. Umar was saying that like um his issue comes in with, I would have been a great father and I could have been around and I could have been a part of this family, but the fact that it required a contractual agreement, the fact that you needed, I guess, like other people to validate us is crazy to some people, right? with that being said, I personally think it's not even about how a woman gatekeeps. What I think becomes the problem is that the home becomes broken when he walks away, because that woman won't walk away. You can have a perfectly good home if you guys both indulged in sexual activity with no regard in making a life. You that wasn't your purpose in trying to do that, right? But you did it. Now, if you both can still agree that, like, okay, we did it, I'm going to take accountability for it. Boom. Now we have a home. I don't think you have to go into laying down with somebody with the pre-notion that, like, oh, before we lay down, do you think I'm a good fit to be a parent? Would you like to parent with me? Like, no, because I didn't do that. And I still got the same person right next to me. We made more kids. Like, it was the fact of, like, we looked at our consequences and then we said, oh, well, okay, we did this, so now we're going to, like, uphold ourselves to it. So it is kind of like what Sweeney said. It's the freedom to be able to walk away, because you don't have to be like, okay, I did it. But if one of you walk away, then that's where the broken home comes from, not because of what you did.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, go ahead.
Who is more likely to have a broken home? A married couple or a cohabitating couple?
I was exactly going to ask that.
I mean, yeah, a cohabitating couple would definitely is likely to have a broken home. What I'm more so saying is that it can turn into something else.
Okay. Should I go since I interrupted her?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. She was done. I ain't interrupted. Who broke the home? Well, I would say roughly 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. The majority are not due to abuse or abandonment, but dissatisfaction, pursuit of independence, and perceived misalignment. This aligns with the pattern of women selecting men based on emotion or societal programming, rather than divine order or masculine leadership. And DNA paternity tests became widely available and commercially viable in the 1980s, with increasing accuracy and accessibility by the 1990s. Was it? Yeah, 1990s. Before that, paternity was largely based on trust, marriage presumptions, or circumstantial evidence. So, what was once assumed under covenant, the child is my husband's, was replaced by scientific proof, shattering that last sacred bond of trust. So, DNA testing didn't break the home; it revealed the home was already broken. And I'm gonna argue that it was broken by deceit, infidelity, and again, rebellion against divine order. So I believe that's what broke the home. And women were rebelling against divine order. So women broke the home.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
ask you, so when someone says they're married, right? I personally don't think that once you say you're married, anyone cares whether you got married before or after the child. Because there are plenty of people that are in a thriving environment with their kids, has a husband, and we don't know if the kids were at the wedding or if the kids were baking in the oven. Like, I don't think that it's necessary. Like I'm saying, I don't think it's about, like,
Did you consider the time it took from the time they had the baby to the time they walked to the altar? Because who knows?
Oh, wow.
Maybe they had the baby and then got married 4 years later, and everybody was pissed at them for 4 years. But then after they got married, all of that didn't even matter anymore. So it all is all contingent upon how swiftly they reacted to having a child. Did they go get the baby, or did they just try to wing it out?
Wow. So, question, because if you get pregnant and then you're like, okay, or if we get pregnant and the baby is here and then we get married, do you think that that decision is more reacting to the consequence versus if you walk in it intentionally, you're able to, when you actually do get married, it's an intentional choice to come into divine union instead of, oh, well, this is a consequence
when you say
or
consequence, are you
convenience.
referring to the guilt and conviction you feel for having a child out of wedlock, or just
No, yeah, exactly. Like we were just having fun.
so?
And
Yeah,
then
I would
now,
argue that most of the time, more often than not, people feel more compelled to get married
because of the child.
after having a kid. Oops, baby.
An oopsie baby.
Because
And
of the external shame.
yeah. And also what you brought up about paternity. If a woman is being promiscuous and she has an oopsie baby, right? Getting married is a way of not necessarily coming into divine order, but security, right? Like,
or concealment if she's promiscuous, because she's concealing the fact that she don't. And let's just talk about it pre-scientific test or a biological test.
Yeah.
These women were concealing it. They knew that somebody else been in there. There's no way a woman can't remember that somebody inserted into her. You know what I'm saying? But the concealment was to, okay, let's hurry up and get married. Or
I see.
Or it didn't even really have to go to that extreme. It's just, you are the father because I've only been with you.
Right.
So men were, we're just going by her word. It was nothing else we can do. We really couldn't do it unless we stuck around long enough to see that, okay, he looks more like my cousin, not me.
Yeah.
Or he looks more like my best friend, or he looks more like your boss at work.
Right, but there was
and then that's whenever the house broken. But now that we got scientific data, you know what I'm saying? It's even then, like, you got some idiots out here that sign a birth certificate not getting DNA tests.
Yeah. And that
It's a lot of nuances. Even though we was able to get the scientific test put in place, it's still a lot of nuances. You got to deal with a woman that feel like it's an insult. Why would you want to test? What?
So
why would you want to test me? Who do you think I am?
So
you gotta kind of go ahead.
In Lashia's example, right? She's saying that you can still build a home with Laisha's example. She's saying that you can still build a home with someone without the promise of a contractual agreement like marriage. How do you, what is your answer to that when you have things like paternity fraud happening? Do you think then not getting married is a better form of protection for men to avoid paternity fraud? What are your thoughts?
I don't think fraternity fraud or being able to evade it or elude it is contingent upon whether you sign a marriage certificate. I think you can still be victim of fraternity fraud regardless of whether you're married.
But it's easier to walk away.
Just recently we had a conversation where guys were just getting name dropped somewhere in Detroit. Was it Cincinnati or Detroit or somewhere? Some woman was just writing random names on there that she never even knew, and they were hit with child support bills, and they had to go to court. And like, I never even knew that. And the woman admitted, she was like, "Yeah, I don't know who. I just thought of a name and something. Luckily, she targeted somebody within the state. So he found out he was behind in child support. So and now since they never even interacted in person. So let alone whether you're girlfriend and boyfriend. So one could argue that the system, to one of the ladies' part, it wasn't just woman alone or man alone, so to speak. The laws and systems it's almost like somebody sitting over there playing a video game and just fucking with our lives when they was creating these laws. And they probably laughing at the top like, let's put this law in place to see how these idiots behave.
Well, the law takes a very long time to keep up with society and technology and all of these changes. So, like, if you're not getting married, these laws are in place to ensure that, we don't have a society of childless or like fatherless children. So,
So I
In
would
all
say,
honesty, I think it has. I think it has the opposite effect.
the law is
I think it actually has the
slow.
opposite
You think
effect
the
because
law? Okay.
yeah, yes, because when you think about it, women are generally incentivized to leave. That's why they do at such a high clip, right? And when you are, females have a very large support system afterward. So you can literally run into a guy, get knocked up by the right guy, leave, and cash out. Right. So that's the problem. And now everything is offered what? Free schooling, what? Section 8, what? Food stamps, all this. What? There's so many things that come into play when you decide that you're not going to have a man, and they won't give you any of that if you have a man in your life, regardless of your income. So you tell me what you would say to that, because that to me looks like it's incentivizing broken homes more than not.
I could see that. I think women just wouldn't have children because that's a lot to go through. To be
Yeah. So
what
do you?
like that's why the abortion rate is so high because of economic reasons. Why would I want to be forever embedded to the government like that? Like
the other side to that is if the woman is able to get the man to marry her, knowing she had extra relationship intercourse with somebody else, the likelihood of the man staying with her is increased so long as she can conceal it for a long time, because the man would develop a connection with the child from birth up until the time he find out. So it's an increase. I'm not saying it's a high likelihood, but it's an increased likelihood versus not that, well, I'm married to her and yeah, I'm already married. We'd already had this history and I've been raising this boy for 5 years. So you know what? Even though I'm mad, I love the boy. I'm in love with my son.
Yeah.
Even though you even see it on countless episodes of whatever. Men are still saying, you know what?
I'm still gonna be there.
I know it's wrong, but that's my son.
Yeah. So is that wrong?
So women are, that's a manipulation tactic on a woman. That's what a woman is banking on. Even though she know it's wrong, and we all know it's wrong. Even the brother sitting on the sideline know he shouldn't do that. But that is part of the manipulation process. Let's get him married. He's already fathered in, or grandfathered in. He's already grandfathered into an emotional connection with the child. So when he does find out, the likelihood of him forgiving me and continue to stay is increased.
So would you think it's morally correct for him to walk away if he finds out he's not the father?
Me personally, I think it's morally correct to walk away.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that primarily is because of respect. Based on my experience, if this wasn't the case, if he was able to maintain his respect from a woman and from all of his peers and everybody else on the outside, then I would be maybe on the fence, or I would say it's up to his discretion. But because I know, based off of my understanding and research, that he lose a ton of respect of sticking around with a woman after revealing that she was knocked up by this dude, yes, I think it's morally right for him to walk away.
Does everyone else agree too? It's morally correct for that man to walk away if he finds out he is not the biological father?
I would say absolutely. Not necessarily because of outside influence, but just my own principle. That's that's probably the worst form of betrayal that you can probably get from a wife. In all honesty, there's not very much worse than she can do than to bear another man's child while that's your wife. That's insane. Like
the other layer,
there's no coming back from that.
And the reason why I said respect, I stated primarily. Obviously, there's other layers. There's like, okay, once you continue to stay with this woman, like me personally, I don't think there's no way I can ever trust her. You get what I'm saying? There's no way I can ever trust. Every time I look at the boy, every time we get in an argument and get mad, I'm validating cheating. Like I'm gonna feel like I'm justified to do what I want in any given point if I feel like I'm disrespected or I'm slighted. You know what I'm saying? I might have a nightmare, and my nightmare might be I came home and she was banging a dude out. I wake up at 12 in the morning and I just justify going to go cheat based off a nightmare. So it's so many psychological.
Not too mad at her for what she did in the dream, though.
I'm telling you. And listen, it might sound like I'm making this up, but these are experiences that were shared to me.
Wow.
That's why I'm
But
able
this
to
is actually,
spit it out.
I think y'all might be getting a twist. This is actually, if it actually happened, then not like just out of the blue, we just have a dream. I'm like, nah, fuck that. I'm not going.
No,
You know,
this was communicated to me. Like
no. I'm asking. No, not for you. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
I'm asking. This is after an incident actually happened, not just out of the blue,
Right.
just
Well, yeah, no.
on the basis of a dream alone.
Had a baby, what to do, all that took place. This is all confirmed.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But what about
this
the
is after the fact.
So what about the commitment aspect? Right?
I
Because
don't-
Dr. Umar talked about wanting a relationship with the daughter, not necessarily me being married to you. So, like, if you are a father, you are a father. No, it's like a biological. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
No, we get that part. So that's not that. And there's a bunch of studies that show that black men are most likely to spend time with their children, even if they're in separate homes, when they are in separate homes, right? So if they're not together and they're not married, never been married, yeah. So yes, they would. No, but that's a separate story from the relationship. They won't. Most men won't really go back to that, but that doesn't mean that they're going to completely abandon the child. They'll still take part in the child's life and spend more time than every other race.
All right, we got to get Shan there too, y'all. Shan.
Hey, girl.
I think Sam tapped out on this, but I would also
I
say,
mean, no, I mean, I agree with what you guys are saying. I mean, y'all got this little conversation.
What we say?
What was we
Give
saying,
us your
Sharon?
perspective on who broke the home, Shan.
The hell up.
I've already told y'all who I thought broke the home.
Oh, okay, I know
but
you had
I do agree that for me, if a man finds out that his wife cheated on him or that he married her thinking that she was pregnant with his child and that child is not his, I don't see anything wrong with he was trying to do the right thing with him saying, look, I was bamboozled. No, I'm out of here. I don't see a problem with that, him leaving the situation. That's just me. She put herself in that situation. She knew that wasn't that man's child.
All right, Key, you there?
Hey, I'm going to hop on the camera in a second, but it is absolutely morally correct for that man to walk away.
Could you answer the question real quick while you get set up on who broke the home? Men walking away or women choosing wrong?
Not the pause and the what's the original question? I don't know if I showed up late, but I don't know what the question was.
Who broke the home? Men walking away or women choosing wrong?
What do you mean? I'm not trying to be slow, but that I don't. What's the?
You want me to elaborate for her? And somebody just run behind me if I elaborate incorrect. When he say who broke the home, like I guess it ended up being a single parent household. Who broke the home? Man walking away, man abandoning in the household. Or women choosing wrong, meaning she might have chose a guy that was clearly showing red flags that he was incapable of being a father or a husband.
Oh, the man walking away because I don't care if she saw what she wanted to see. He knew what he was and still committed.
I don't care.
So you saying the reason why the homes are broken is because men walked away?
In that specific question,
yeah,
yes.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Yes.
When you say he committed, what do you mean?
Based on what his explanation of the question is like, she's seeing beige flags when they're really red flags, but they end up together because he's like, whatever, just going with the flow.
That's choosing wrong then.
I'm not finished. Hold up now. Yes, it is choosing wrong, but how is and this is the thing, like when people are not transparent, going with the flow is not being transparent. Going with the flow is not saying, I'm not really a relationship type of guy. I'm not, I'm not thinking about this long term. I don't really want something like this. They will accept what's handed to them. And the other person, if she's seeing beige flags, when he knows internally, this ain't for me, I'm going to be out in a little bit. That's on him.
So you're absolving the woman, and the man is being clear that he don't want to be a father. You're saying even though he don't want to be a father, it's still on him.
See,
I
you
can
didn't tell me that part.
Yeah,
Well-
so when is this "I don't want to be a father" come into
Right,
play?
you didn't even say that, because
I don't know that men are saying that
Okay,
before they have.
and that's why I said y'all have to correct me. I'm thinking men walking away is, hey, look, this is not what I signed up for. I didn't even want a child. You know what I'm saying? Or I didn't even, I told you not to keep it, or, any of that lingo. And then he
So
walks
you're-
away. So that
you're
becomes a
saying-
broken home. Or the woman chose wrong, meaning she chose a man that clearly wasn't capable of being a father. She expected him to grow into this potential, and he didn't grow in. And she pulled the kid away and packed her bags up and left because she didn't make a proper decision. She didn't use a proper discernment to make a educated decision on whether this man you should be making a family with this man.
So that is on her.
So, and then now that you know those two instances, who broke the home?
The woman.
Bingo.
Was there a home to begin with?
Shout out to my sister.
So question, Dor. So I think the issue is everything. All of these can be correct, right? Depending on the individual. It's not like one situation. But I will say this: I can pretty much guarantee that when people are having sex, they're not talking about no kids. They're not having sex that they're not going in having sex saying, "Oh, if you get pregnant, we're not having a kid." I think that conversation takes place after the girl is knocked up.
I agree, and that's why I'm saying we need to move more intentionally and be very transparent first and foremost, because you don't want your entrance into fatherhood and motherhood to be with someone you absolutely can't stand and you're only here out of convenience, only because of this.
Let me add something to that.
A pressure on that child.
There are women who believe that if you go in her raw, you love her in some type of way. She's like, oh, he don't use no, they think.
That's
they
facts.
do.
No, that is facts.
Listen, we're putting you up on what women think. You may not know this, but women think that means you taking their relationship to another level because you decided you trust them. You want to go in raw with them. They do.
Oh my God.
And the whole time you just wanted to feel something.
So for the men who are fathers, is that true? If you stop wearing protection with your girl, is that because you love her? You see her as
no, that's
that
what
just
female
means
said.
It could be a couple of situations for that. It could be ED. It could be maybe you just you want to feel raw. Maybe you don't like the condoms. You want to feel the wetness. It could be a lot of different situations.
I'm telling you,
there's
what the girls think.
Yo, where's that music coming from?
He ain't lying about the ED.
So that's the discipline aspect. Despite how you feel, you consistently act in a manner that is in alignment with who you are or what you want. That's discipline. Mm-hmm. So then, you okay, Bohemian?
I'm fine. I'm listening. I'm listening
You're
and
doing a
digesting
whole lot of listening
everything.
and not enough talking. That's the problem.
I just am trying to. I'm like, wow. There is so much nuance missing from the conversation. Who I did write one thing down because I was like, I cannot forget this. That whole freedom in relationships. I want us to start having a 21st century conversation when it comes to freedom in relationships, because this freedom started 30 years ago in the 90s. This freedom, before that, but for my generation, I saw it myself in the 90s. Men terrified to get married for whatever reason, making babies and walking away. That freedom that guys used to not have. You used to have to get married to that woman because you knocked her up. Guys chose that freedom a long time ago. These dynamics changed decades ago. It's just that now women are choosing to not put up with just anything just to have a man. We are requiring men to be better people. Otherwise, we would just rather not deal with you. That is the freedom that we are choosing. But birth rates have gone down. So women are not choosing wrong. If in fact you have a choice, you you got a bowl full of strawberries, but 90% of them strawberries is moldy. You don't have much to choose from. Choose wrong. You choose something, but
Period.
and a lot and some of those, let's think of some of those strawberries being moldy on the inside, so the outside looks real appetizing, but once you bite into it, that is when you find out that they moldy and bad. That is not choosing wrong. That is the outside looking good, but the inside being bad. But you have to get to the inside first. And you cannot vet liars and manipulators. I really want us to understand that. We are not choosing wrong. We are choosing what your representative is. It is only until you drop that mask that we like, oh, gotta go. And then that's where the freedom is. I can leave. Can leave once I find that out. But unfortunately, that mask stays up so long. That mask stays up for years at a time. And by that time, you could probably have 2 kids. We don't know. But I want us to stop having such surface level conversation. That's why I'm sitting over here like losing my mind, because I'm like, it's too it's too complicated. It's too nuanced. We're not offering the true dynamics of the relationships of the 21st century. You all are still having conversations from relationships in the early 20th century, and it just doesn't apply now, and that's okay.
Let me ask you this, Bohemian. It sounded like you suggested that 90% of men are unmarriageable. Is that what you said?
No, that
You
was
said
just
well,
an
you could.
example. I'm not no, that's not a percentage example that I'm just
No,
saying,
yeah.
No, we
just
just said because
suppose.
you said 90%.
I
That's why I
know.
was.
No,
But a lot
I'm
of
just
people, I'm
saying.
sure I'm not the only one who perceived it like that. So then, if that's the
Not
case,
like that.
what percent of men do you think are unmarriageable then?
I don't know. That's not my call to make. Once again, it's
You got to
only
have a
because, and the
range.
only reason I say that, I don't want to give a number, because like I said, there are too many men leading with representatives. So I can't
Yeah.
say. It could be a lot, it could be a little, it could be most, it could be half. I don't know. It's too many representatives being presented for me to truly say. So I don't want to be
So how about you
dishonest in
give us
saying that.
anecdotal then, based on your experiences or the people around you that you know? What would you say, just from that small sample size of the men that you have access to? What would you say? We can't hold you to it, but I just want to know where you're coming from with this, because you mentioned 90%. Now you're kind of shying away from it.
So, well, I was just giving a number. That wasn't me giving that to men specifically, but um so that's why I say that it's complicated, right? I've had a lot of men just lead with representatives, right? But I would have to say more than half of the men that I personally have dated are great men. We are just not meant for each other. Like personality wise, we might not get along. We're better friends than anything. It's just so many different things. Our values may not be the same, but they're not a
I
bad
think you might
guy.
have touched it right there with the values not being the same, right? And somebody made a reference to it earlier, like when we were talking about like the shotgun weddings. That's what they were referred to. We talked about it a few weeks ago. I think Sweeney might have brought it up, where if you knock somebody up, then you knew, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and marry this person because people understood the duty of it, right? They understood that there was a child involved and they would do it. And people didn't have a bunch of problems. They didn't complain about surface level things that were stupid, in my opinion. But now everyone has all these weird reasons and this, like hyper sense of self now, like me, this is what I need versus family versus evolution versus legacy. No one cares about that anymore. That's the main problem, is that everyone is now become a hyper individualist, right? And I think that women are now they have access to more things than they used to, and yeah, more power to you. That's awesome. However, I don't think that women are doing the correct things with the power. Women are abusing the power, and that's one thing that we know psychologically. Women do abuse power more than men do. That's just the facts, right? It's even when it comes to physical harm and everything, women are more violent when they have an advantage than men are. Men more so would protect. This is just, I mean, go ahead and dig it up. You ain't got to believe me. These are easily accessible, and I will bring them up later on if that's what y'all want, right? But I'm not talking out of my ass here. I'm going by things that are legit truths. So what I'm saying is that if women have made most of the changes today, men still are relatively simple. Again, we do have some bad actors, which many women try to date because they check those boxes that are attractive, and we get it. But women didn't feel like they had to date that guy every time. I think that's where most of our issues are starting from. Women have unrealistic expectations as to what a man is supposed to be. They're talking about weird things like, I understand there is such a thing as compatibility, but now that has become like your primary focus, right? We have this perversion of what romantic is supposed to be now. Like it's just weird, and I think that that's where a lot of us really, that's what we're not looking at. Everybody wants to be satisfied, but you're not going to find that perfect person. And then you have to understand you as a person. Do you think that that man that you're pursuing or who you're with feels like you're perfect? Or do you think that he would probably love to change some things about you as well, and has probably made some concessions by being with you? I don't think that a lot of women consider that.
So I'm not going after perfection at all whatsoever, but there are certain things that we have to align on. I can't be in a relationship with someone that doesn't align with my values. I'm not looking for perfection, and it is okay that I'm not compatible with everyone. If I was compatible with everyone, I'd have a man easy, no problem. I would be married easy. But it's just not that way. Everyone is the wrong one until you find the right one.
Right.
That's just the way it is.
So y'all talking about the selection process.
Yeah.
I thought we were already in the relationship and in turn breaking the household up. Y'all talking about who's qualified.
But this is part of the.
You stated that women, the reason why the houses are broken is because women are increasing number of women are not putting up with men's BS anymore. And per your words is, I'm packing it up and I'm out. I'm not dealing with a man's BS. I get it. They own their best representative. But think about it like this. You say women are simply not putting up with the BS men bring. But the truth is, men have always put up with you, your hormonal cycles, inconsistency, your inconsistent decisions in love, and even rebellion against leadership. So if a man tolerates the biological changes you can't even control, why can't you tolerate his authority? Or why can't you tolerate when he may make a mistake, or he might slip up, or he might change it off of his representative that you claim that he went in? If men left every time a woman flipped emotionally, or she gained weight, or she start nagging or combating or any of those things, most of these homes would never existed.
I don't think that you're quite getting it though. It's not if you change one little thing, I'm gone. It's not that. It is you all do everything to get a woman. And then once you got her, got him, put her up on the wall, hang her there, and leave her. And you don't pay her
Can you
any
give me an
attention. You
example of
don't do
what
the
that
things
is?
that you did to get her. It's
I can give an
it's
example.
Can you
it's
give me an
so many
example of
things.
hanging her up on the wall and leave her? Because that's a
I think
metaphor that I can't really connect to an
Flowers.
actual real scenario.
Flowers.
You can't.
Flowers.
I can't.
I
Listen.
know
I
of a
can
lot of
connect the
women that
part where
say they get flowers, and then once they're in a committed relationship or
she
a
don't get no
marriage,
flowers.
they never get flowers. And a woman will start to feel like, oh wow, is he not paying attention anymore, or does he not care? And I'm not saying it's like a huge deal. All I'm just saying is that it's the first thing
If
that
you brought
a
flowers up, then it
scenario I
had to be
thought
a
of.
huge deal. Think about it. Y'all are saying he gave me flowers when he 1st
Mm-hmm.
met me, but once we got in a relationship, he stopped giving me flowers. Divorce. You see how?
It's
I mean,
an
but I can make the
example.
argument that happens on both sides, though. I think a
No,
lot.
it's
I
just
think,
the
No,
Thank you.
sentiment
I didn't
behind
even
it.
go there, but she said the flowers. I'm like, what? Are you?
No, it's just
Because I know some women that express it almost like, oh, that was his thing to, I guess, show me like he thought of me throughout the day or throughout the week. He cared,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera. And they take it on an emotional level. It's not you literally bringing flowers. It's you bringing home some type of representation of like this emotional thought to me.
Wait. So there's been studies that what she's talking about is called emotional bids in relationships. It's not necessarily the flower, but it's the fact that I look out the window and I say, "Oh, look at that cow," and then my man goes, "Yeah, that's a pretty big cow." It's the way in which we connect. These are called bids.
But whenever I come home and I don't get a sandwich, I'm not saying I'm leaving you and I'm finding me another woman.
But that's exactly the thing, though.
But some of them do, and some of
Exactly.
them cheat.
No, we don't.
Exactly.
That's a
No.
20. That's a
You
20%
don't,
clip.
Darwin. You don't.
No,
I don't
I'm
think that
talking. I'm
you're
talking in
getting
general.
it.
I
At
mean,
a
like, just because
20%
they cheat
clip,
don't mean that they don't love you any less.
men are doing
No,
that.
I don't.
Men
Okay.
I done
are
already told
divorcing.
y'all about that one.
Men are initiating at a 20% clip. But to the scenario or the example you gave, we're not leaving because you switched up your representation. If you look into the reason why we initiated divorce, it's not because you flipped your representation. I'm saying even regardless if you flip your representation, regardless if you experience menopause, regardless if you withhold sex, regardless of all of these physical changes you go through, we still stand strong with you.
Do you want to
think
know
it's
why
still
though?
staying in a relationship
Why?
if you cheat?
Men do that because you're not really paying us much attention anyway. We can flip on you. I'm just saying, y'all are not
How do we
really
not
paying
notice
us
it?
much attention in the first place.
How do we not notice
It's
it
not a
then?
big that there are things that men don't pay attention to that women pay attention to. We would like for you to pay us some attention when we change, but you don't. You don't make certain things a big deal. And that's okay for you, but that is not okay for a woman.
You know why
You
we don't
all
make it?
enter the relationship doing one thing, but you do not keep that thing going. Why?
Yeah.
Because that's not you. You all don't show us the real you. We show us the real you every single time because that is how women are socialized. We are socialized to be outwardly social, outwardly like our appearances, our emotions, the way we act. We are supposed to show that. That is how we are socialized. I got plenty of papers and studies on all of this. Men are socialized to be stoic. Y'all are not socialized to pay certain things any attention. So when you're trying to get a woman, you peacock and you do all of these things and you treat us really well and you want to take us places. But as soon as you get us, you stop it. But the same
You
thing
want to
that
know
you
why?
got us with is the same thing that you have to keep doing. But if that's not the real you, you need to be
Do
truthful
you want to
in
know
the
why?
first place.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why a man peacocks to get you? Because that's the terms you set for yourself to be won over. If a man just said, "Hey, look, I like you, want to take you on a date to marry you," hold on. You gotta prove to me. You gotta show me this. You gotta do this. You gotta pay a bill. You gotta show. I want to see. I want to be courted. No,
That's
not chicks,
unfortunate for
not
you.
Cheesecake Factory, Roof Chris. All this. What car you drive? Is
You
that a
gotta
real
bring me
nigga?
flowers every
How
day.
tall
You
are
gotta.
you?
That is unfortunate for
Why is
you
your belt
because
white?
all
Why it
women are
ain't
not
black?
like that.
Why
None
is
of
your
them.
pants
But
too
let's
tight? Like,
clarify. Wouldn't that be your poor choice if you go for the woman with those
No, no,
standards
don't try
that
to
you
flip it.
can't
no. Wait, wait, wait,
Don't
wait,
try
maintain?
wait,
to
wait,
flip it.
wait, wait,
We're
wait.
giving you an understanding on why he peacocks.
But you wouldn't have to peacock if you guys were evenly yoked. If you know that you're not the guy
There's no
that's
such
gonna
thing
buy
as
the
that.
flowers every week, when
There's
that
no such thing
woman,
as that.
when you go on that first date and that woman says, I like 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if you know you're not gonna do 1, 2, 3, and 4, that's when you delete the number and stop calling. You don't change yourself. You don't keep the number, keep calling and try and convince her that she should want something else. You don't try and talk her down and tell her she
You're
should
talking
lower her
about what we should
standards.
do, and I
Laisha,
was just
Laisha, you want to
explaining
know what's
why we
funny?
do the thing that we
Hold
do.
on, bros. Hold on, bros. You want to know what's funny?
What's funny?
That's why the marriage rate is only 30%. Is because the guys that don't have to come to the table peacocking all the damn time and the girl accepts him for who he is, that's only roughly about 30% of the women that are willing to do that. The other 70% are talking about you gotta show me this. Don't come
Well,
at me
call me the
this way.
30%.
Motherfucking checkmate.
Don't do this. I don't want to see that. You better take me out on a date. I want to see flowers. The other 70% of y'all are requiring a bunch of bullshit that don't mean nothing. Most
But
men
this is
can't be
what I'm
signed up with your
confused
ass.
about, right? So everybody loves to talk about back in the day, it was a higher marriage rate, right? That's what the parents expected of that man to do. When he wanted to take her out on a date, they expected him to show up and be able to pay for that date. They expected him to open the door. It was normal for a man to show up to take you on a first date with flowers. It was normal for you to expect the man to pay all your bills. It was
No,
normal.
it wasn't.
These were things. Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. There was nothing normal about paying somebody bills on GP
I'm
or
saying
dating.
like to not dating. No, no, no. I'm saying once you get into the marriage and into the whatever, like
Courting.
certain things were expected, right? I'm talking like broad spectrum. When people are talking about their expectations, when you are on that first date, if you hear something come out of that woman's mouth several times that doesn't align with what you're willing to do, instead of telling her, we'll lower it or change it, or that's why you're not married. If
Hang
you know
on.
you
Laisha,
can't do it,
Hang
just
on.
walk away.
no,
What
Laisha,
era?
Laisha, hold on,
What
hold on,
time
bro.
frame are you referring to when you
She's
said
talking
it
about
was
Laisha,
modern
expected
men.
for a man to
La-
come in and provide? Are you
hold on,
talking
wait.
about the back in the days?
No. See,
both.
I'm
Laisha,
asking Laisha.
no. So the problem with what Laisha said about that time period, right?
What
Those
time period
men,
was
hold on.
that?
She's talking about the early 60s or whatever when she talked about courting back then.
Okay, so that's what I'm
Hold
saying.
on, wait, Bruce, hold on. So the problem with that assumption, right, is that men was definitely able to be themselves back then because every woman wasn't getting an expensive date. A lot of the times the date was just going up to the creek and looking at the moon or watching the sunrise or a walk in the park or a quick. Like they weren't when you went and took a girl if you asked your grandfather what was his him and his wife first date, they would tell you it was probably more than likely something simple. It wasn't what is expected today where you're expected to go all out. A man was able to go up to a woman and be himself.
You missed this.
It was more transactional.
You missed one thing. You missed the critical part. When she stated that back in those days in the 1960s, it was expected for the man to come in and provide. Correct, Laisha, right?
Yeah.
She didn't compensate for the type of women those women were back then.
It don't even matter.
Those women, it did matter.
I mean, it don't matter in regards to courting because, like, obviously, men and women are different today. I wasn't even talking about the part, like, the whole provide. There was never no expectation that a man had to provide upon courting. That was never an expectation.
No, I'm not talking about that.
About the children.
What I'm saying
after you got once you got her in a relationship and a marriage, there was an expectation of providing.
I
But
got cap on
courting, going on a date,
that's not true.
I got
There was
cap
an
on that.
expectation that the man was supposed to be provider and protector.
Yes.
This stuff fell
yes,
apart.
but not during
women
the
got the
courting
right
phase.
to open
No,
up their
in
own
the
bank
courting
accounts.
phase.
No, he wasn't.
Excuse me, from a woman. There, when I was growing up, I was a teenager, and these older women. This is in the 90s. These older women. I sat in the beauty shop, and they told me, "Don't you talk to no man unless he doing something for you." He got to be paying something. He got to buy you something. He got to do something for you to show you that he like you. You don't give him nothing. You don't talk to him unless he come with some money. I thought that was absurd. Don't get me wrong, but I can guarantee you, them older women
Used to
back in the
say a
day,
wet
that
ass
is
and
what
a
they
dry
were.
wallet don't
I think
mix.
That's true. I don't know why
Exactly.
that's the
30 years
argument.
ago,
I
I
didn't.
was being
that is
taught that,
I'm
and
not.
those
agreeing
were
with
those
I'm agreeing
old
with you,
women.
Laisha, on that. I
Sharon, what
did
are
the
you
research on that. The men were expected to do it, even if they couldn't do it, and sometimes they all work together.
What
But
Right.
for
bill was a man paying?
expectation,
What bill was a man paying back then when he took if a 17, 18-year-old dude went up and took a girl on a date because the average age of marriage back then was like 21, 22. When he walked up and he was gonna pay, who bills was he paying? Because it wasn't hers, because she ain't
I'm gonna
got no
tell you
fucking
right
bill.
now, in the
She ain't got no
1960s,
damn bill. She lived
in
with
the
her parents.
19 well, this is my understanding. In the 1960s on back, the women were mostly, I would say, overwhelmingly mostly homemakers.
right?
A lot of them couldn't even open up their own bank accounts until what date was that? When a woman can
80s,
go and
in
open
the
up her bank
80s.
Like
account,
the
couldn't even damn
70s.
vote. First of all, the men
Oh,
were for providers. It was actually an expectation. But my argument wasn't
Oh,
whether or not it was an expectation. My argument still stands that I'm granting you the argument regardless. If the men were expected to provide back then, think about the type of women, the mentalities of the women that they were compelled to provide for versus the women now. You have women that can be provided for today and still will push back on your ass.
But this is so here's the opposite side of that. What is it that, from the woman's perspective, right? When we're talking to our grandmothers and they're not having the same conversations that they're having with us as their granddaughters, as they're having with you as their grandsons. Because what I'm trying to get men to understand is these men are saying, oh, our grandmas were such good women. They were married women. They were this, they were that. And they're coming to us and saying, baby, don't be like me. I was miserable. Then what are we to do with that information when the man is praising this woman for being this way, but she's saying she was this way and absolutely miserable? What
was
do
your
we do with
grandmama
that information?
your grandmama was miserable in her marriage?
I actually don't know. Sadly, my grandmother passed when she was 8, right? I mean, when I was 8.
Why you
But
just let
what I'm
Sweetie
saying
bag you so
is
easy like that?
that a lot of women specifically are saying that the mindset that is happening right now is something that has been passed down. Like a lot of women do have their grandmothers. A lot of women have older moms, right? And they're not just waking up and saying, I'm going to be this way. They're having an old school woman in their ear being like, always keep you a rainy day fund for when that man try and leave or when he try and cheat. Don't give no broke man no coochie. Don't do. These are
Yeah, but
sayings that they came up with. They're telling us don't be miserable like them, but you guys are praising them. So what are we to do with that?
are we talking about these 40-year-old grandmothers, 50-year-old grandmothers? Like,
No.
what are we talking about? Like, who?
60s,
What age
70s,
group?
80s. Hand to God, I'm telling you, this is really going on. These old, elderly women are saying, I was miserable. Don't be like me. So now what do we do with that information?
Why was she miserable?
because
She's
she couldn't leave.
She
Couldn't
could
leave what?
leave.
No, I'm asking.
Yeah.
It was a question.
What?
Damn,
Hold
she
on.
wanted to leave her man
Are
because
we
she
going to
couldn't.
act?
You know,
Are we
no
gonna
fault
act
divorce has
like
been around for
our
quite a while.
grandmothers did not have to be married because one, they didn't work, never had a job, didn't have much of an education? That's some of them. That was one of my grandmothers. The other one had education and a very good job. However, back in the day, you didn't leave your husband. You had kids. Where were you going to go? You got multiple kids. Where are you going? You can't move in with your family. You got multiple kids. You got to stay with that
They
man.
wasn't simping
Also,
back then either.
they couldn't have bank accounts. They couldn't buy property. They couldn't do anything. They had to have a man to live a life because they couldn't stay in their parents' house because their parents weren't gonna keep taking care of them. They had to get married to someone so that they can be taken care of. Let's not act like that didn't happen. And
So
that
to
wasn't
Sweeney's
even
point,
100 years ago.
to
Actually,
Sweeney's point,
single,
freedom broke the home. If that's the case,
single women were able to open up bank accounts and buy homes and own property It was married. It was. They've always been almost probably since like the 1920s. The only difference was that married women had to answer like, hey, if you were married, you had to have your husband sign off on it because he was more than likely the person who had to bear the responsibility of the debt. But a single woman could open up a bank account if she wanted to. She was not hindered to. It just so happened that most of the women back then,
1960s.
no, that's for
1960s.
women who are married. Single women were always
women, period.
No, it wasn't women, period. You got to read the article.
Okay.
Can you share the article that we're talking about?
Well, I just looked it up. Here you go. Voting rights, 1920. Women gained the right to vote in 19th Amendment. Bank accounts, 1960 to the 1970s. Women began to open bank accounts more freely. That's not including black women because we know there was a lot of bias. If you was a white-owned bank, you still, even though they gave black women the right or women the right, they still had pushback as if black women open bank accounts until we really got some traction on that. 1974, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act made it legal to deny a woman credit or bank account. So 1974, they came in with a equal credit opportunity that made it okay. So it made it illegal to deny a woman credit or bank account. And then
people could just deny me a credit card because I was a woman, not because I didn't.
Yeah.
So let's not act like
before
whatever reason you chose
wasn't a thing.
Before that date. Now
the thing was that the reason why a lot of women weren't able to, they had the ability. It was never illegal for them to not open up bank accounts as single women. The problem is that single women never really had the income or the ability to a lot of the times, and they often required co-signers. So it was more difficult for women to open up bank accounts because of the financial aspect of it. So it was easy to deny a woman. So she often would require like somebody to co-sign for it. Y'all know how people felt about co-signing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So that's why
banks used to require a husband's signature.
Yeah, if she was married, she required a husband's signature. But if she was single, she could get one. But oftentimes, if you're a single woman, you didn't make
regardless of marital status.
How do you no? I'm telling you right now.
She had to go and get married. I'm telling you.
No, she did not. I'm telling you, she did not have to go and get married to open up a bank account.
Why would they make an act? Why would they make a equal, hold on real quick. Why would they make in 1974, why would they make the Equal Credit Opportunity Act? Why would they make it illegal to deny a woman credit?
Because people were discriminating.
Because people were discriminating.
Let me finish the wording so we can understand the context of why the wording even exists. Why in 1974 did they make an act that made it illegal to deny a woman credit or bank account simply because of her sex or marital status? So why would they include marital status in the link?
Let me explain it.
Before this, banks often required a husband's signature. So if she was married,
because the point they were making is if they were single, they weren't able to get bank accounts, and this what Sweeney's saying debunks that.
But even if she was
had
married,
a marital status, if her marital status was married,
if she,
okay, what is
I'm telling you what it was.
Other than married,
if she was not married, oftentimes because of the financial status of women at that time, a lot of them didn't have the income or the network or the net worth to be able to take out loans and things like that. So for her to have that type of ability, she would often need a co-signer. A lot of people didn't just co-sign loans for people and co-sign bank accounts and things like that. So she could open up one, but it was often harder for a single woman to do that. That does not mean it was illegal for her.
Let me give you one example. What is the oldest business in the world?
Why does that matter?
Just answer the simple question.
This is interesting.
What is the oldest business in the world?
I'm gonna humor you.
And then don't require you to have a W-2 or bank account. You can get the money right in your pocket.
Prostitution.
So prostitutes in that time, there's a book you got to read. I forgot the book, but I'm gonna get the book. Prostitutes struggled. They had the capital to open a bank account, but because of their marital status, the single woman that was participating in harlotry could not open up a bank account.
What proof.
Probably because they couldn't substantiate where they were getting the funds
They
from.
had boatloads of money coming into the
illegal.
bank saying, I need a bank account so I can
So,
put my
so
money.
you mean to tell me if they did something illegal and then they tried to go to the bank and the bank had to ask them, where are you getting all this? The IRS would ask, where are you getting all this cash from?
You
And
have
she
to
would have to be able to
substantiate that.
That's also a
substantiate
good
that.
point.
Actually, during that era, and let me look up because I read it in the same book. During that era, IRS wasn't actually cracking down as hard as it was until they started having access to. I'm telling you, let me go ahead and if I gotta keep
They
looking
cracked
shit up,
down on drug dealers at the same time.
I'm telling you, bro. How you think the motherfucking what's the dude name from New York that he was actually
how
he
he got bopped was how he got bopped was because of he couldn't substantiate his money. So if you're doing some type of illegal activity and you go to a bank and you start depositing large amounts of cash into a bank account with no way to prove it, the IRS gonna crack down on your ass.
Well, they first got to prove that the money you have came from illegal activity. A lot of there was an era, a small era where people wasn't able to actually wire or people wasn't able to get paid via check. They had to get paid via actual cash or coins or whatever or some shit like that. And you had to go and deposit your shit into the bank.
Right, but if the
they was not able. There was a verification leak. There was a missing verification process.
No, it wasn't. IRS never missed on verification.
Then IRS was able to intervene and see that and corroborate where your money was coming from.
No, the IRS have always been able to intervene and verify where your money came from.
Okay.
That's the whole reason why they was able to crack down on so many people. Just
all right, well, let me get the lingo again. Let me get the lingo on that then. So if we get
I think we're going down a rabbit hole right now. We might be slipping.
If you want to keep
on
going,
topic a little bit.
You got to see
we're slipping on the topic a little bit.
A lot of this technology, a lot of these processes, we acting like we had a lot of these processes in the 40s, 50s, and 60s.
When these women were actually making IRS,
money,
right?
There was women making money, but they wasn't making money from employment. They were making money from employment that they wasn't supposed to have. There were some women that were employed that wasn't even supposed to have a job because of their race or because of their ethnic background.
Yeah.
You still had
you have to follow the logic. You said you use prostitution as a
I used an extreme one, but because I read a book that was stuck in my head because it was extreme.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, damn. So where did the prostitutes? How were they able to? Where the hell was they storing their money at?
What do you mean? What was drug dealers storing their money at? That's
the mattress, the closet,
mattress, the closet, under the box.
But what do you do when you want to put your shit in the bank?
They didn't open up bank accounts because they were prostitutes. You had to substantiate how you made that money. Banks reported your money to the IRS the same way that they reported everybody else's money. When you started making too much money or start making enough money, you couldn't substantiate how you were making that money. The IRS would crack down on you.
Okay,
so if you was
I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole.
I don't even know why we wound up here.
Well, so the point was, I was just trying to prove the point that our grandmothers were tethered to men because of many different things. So I want us to realize that the freedom, we had this freedom a long time ago, but women have not been socialized to really act on their freedom. It's been increasing decade by decade by decade. And this is not a surprise. This is not anything new. We're acting like this is something new. When my mother was called the modern woman, and she was born in 1951, she's a modern woman according to the men that used to date them back in this free love era of the 60s when she was coming of age. So this modern woman conversation is not new. These women have been using this freedom increasingly since my mother's age, since she came of age at 18. It's been a thing. And we're having this conversation over and over and over like it's new.
So I got a question for you now, Bo. So if your grandmama met, let's just say your grandmother looked at millennial men. Which generation would you say she would think is actually better? Millennial men or the men from her generation?
It depends on which grandmother you're talking about.
The ones that you're talking about. The ones that say that they men ain't shit.
If you're talking about the grandmother from Mississippi, she would say, not these men nowadays. If you were talking about the grandmother on my mother's side with a little bit of sense, she would absolutely love the new men of today.
So basically, so what's crazy is we are supposedly millennial and Gen X men, and potentially, I would say potentially Gen Z. I don't know what's going on with them just yet. Are supposedly better men than our grandfather, and yet we don't get women as much as they do.
Because we have the freedom to choose whether or not we want you.
So y'all got a better man than your grandmother has, and y'all are still saying, "Nah, we good."
But see, better is not good. It's just better.
But
the bar was in hell when
no, it wasn't. The bar was not in hell.
A lot of people are forgetting that the concept of dating means I agree to deal with you. And if most people think I agree to deal with you equates to I'm willing to remove myself from my own solitude to deal with you. Are you more peaceful than my own solitude?
Thank you.
But y'all don't even like y'all solitude.
This goes right back to the same thing, right? Because if you're talking about the bell curve, right, no matter what you may think of the men, there's always the median, and we're talking about the bell curve. The average man is not good enough for you. So that would mean that you want a man who is exceptional. So then you have to ask yourself the question, what is it about you that is exceptional to match with this exceptional man compared to your peers?
And every woman gonna say she's an exceptional woman.
So what do you mean by exceptional?
Exceptional. Okay, great. I got that. Look, so all right. So we're talking about the bell curve. We're talking about the average, right? Most people are average. There's a couple people who really suck, and there's a couple people who really like on the top of their game. Most women don't like the average man, right? Most women's complaints.
Give me an example of the average man.
These dudes are not good enough. The average man, well, let's go with incomes. The average man is 5'9". The average man makes $50,000 a year. The average man is not that charming. The average man is not a comedian. The average man is not that charismatic. The average man is just regular, and it's just okay, right? And just either good enough or not good enough. Right, and then when you get into the exceptional, it's more desirable, right?
But no flowers every day.
And the average man can't afford flowers every single day. Like that, you know what I'm saying?
What is the woman's? Hold on, I got a question for you. What is the woman's equivalent to flowers every day for a man?
Sex.
So
sex cancels out. It's neutral.
I think
no. What is the woman's? What is the woman's equivalent to flowers?
Depends on the guy.
Yeah,
no, I don't want to hear that.
I think it's the same
for me across the board. It's a conversation. I want you to have a conversation with me. I like conversations. I like intimacy. I like pillow talk. That's the equivalent for me to flowers every day.
I think the equivalent for men would be acts of service, things that make his life easier consistently. Right? So if the material equivalent for women is flowers, then whatever the male equivalent would be anything she does to provide a space where it's easier for him mentally.
You know what? You see how
isn't it ever what he wants?
Oh my bad. I think I answered the question wrong. Oh, what is men's equivalent to flowers?
Don't feel bad, because I don't think any of the females on the panel were going to be able to answer it correctly.
You know what the equivalent of flowers is?
Cologne?
All right, no. If you was a woman, hold on, wait. Yeah, if you was a woman, told your man, you know, you used to always give me flowers every single day. Don't you? I'm sure every last one of y'all have heard your man say, "Man, you remember that thing you used to do that I don't never do? Like, why did you stop doing that?" And then you give him a whole bunch of reasons why you quit doing it, or why you ain't in the mood, or why you don't feel like it. That's how we feel when it comes to flowers. God damn it, shit. I know I used to do it, but I don't feel like it no more. I got tired. I just don't feel like going to the store. I got to get home, got to get work. We got these kids in the house. I got to hurry up and get home because you told me you need me to fix the goddamn garbage disposal. So I'm sorry that I wasn't able to stop by the store and get you some goddamn flowers. So now I'm here. Just like y'all tell men when he say, "Man, you know that thing you used to do this all the time." Man, you be like, We got kids. The kids was bothering me all day. I had to put the baby in the bath, and then I had to cook dinner, so I don't feel like doing it. God damn it, sometimes we don't feel like doing it.
That's like speaking from a personal experience there, Kenny.
And the divorce rate mirrors that, because at the end of the day, despite all of the obligations and responsibilities and duties that are put on your plate, we still have to connect and have intimacy. And that's exactly why the divorce rate.
The divorce rate is that way is because there's a lack of understanding. We have to understand y'all while y'all are telling us that you're not willing to understand us. Because because men would tell you, all that shit, you would tell us, I'm tired, I don't feel like, and he'd be like, all right, babe. And then he'll come and ask you next week. And then eventually he'll just be like, I guess it is what it is at this point. Y'all would sit there and tell him, you ain't brought me flowers, and I ain't been getting no flowers. I'm tired of this. I'm you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and leave. We've been conditioned, the modern man. I don't know about the men of old, but I'm going to tell you, the modern man has been conditioned to accept whenever y'all tell us y'all ain't in the mood, you don't feel like it ain't in the cards tonight, fuck you. We've been conditioned to accept all of that shit, and y'all been conditioned to say, if he ain't willing to do it, somebody else will.
Well, shouldn't he try to, as a married man, right? So he just resigns himself? Shouldn't he try to find?
No, we're told to figure it out. Hey, maybe she don't want to do it this way. Maybe you got to twiddle her thumb and rub her feet every night. And then, what did you do to get him?
But that's what I'm saying. Okay, valid.
You get what I'm saying? What did you do to get him? Valid. What did he do to get you? Valid. We're told to figure out what we had to do, what we did to get you. So you got to start doing that thing again. Y'all are told when it comes to y'all, we're told to accept it.
I see what you're saying. So it's an unequal standard between the two.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
So ain't nobody got time. Marriage? Are we talking about going? I'm so confused.
I guess we're talking about. Because let's keep it a bang. Most people aren't getting married, especially in the Black community. Most people aren't getting married, but we still have been dealing with each other relationship wise. So we're not even making it to the altar because we're breaking up before the relationship even makes it to the altar.
Sweeney, well, first of all,
okay, I'm back. My bad. I had to send an email.
They're not breaking up. They're not getting. Nowadays they're not getting together. They're not in committed relationship.
Or you're right. They ain't even making it to relationship now. It's just more like
it's just situationships.
What's the narrative? I missed it. What we on now?
You busy researching?
No, I was sending an email. My bad.
You got
and I did a copy and paste some stuff in a back chat as well. So yeah, I did do a little research too.
And we need to get Key in there too, because Key ain't spoke on it.
Go ahead, Key.
How about we accept some of y'all bullshit?
Don't even speak on the topic, nigga.
How about we accept some of y'all bullshit? Y'all accept some of our bullshit, and we get our ass down the road. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, the reality is, I know y'all want to sit here and talk about how everybody loves their solitude. That is bullshit. Because everybody that's been crossing over that 50, 60, 70-year-old threshold been running the Kendra G show talking about some Kendra G, can you help me find a man? Can you help me find a woman? And it is happening in droves. So y'all is not happy being lonely, and neither are men being happy being lonely. That's why my motherfuckers are in these red pill spaces. We are crashing out. It is not fun. It is not fun for y'all to be out yourselves. And I'm talking about you single people out there, and y'all know it. Y'all know y'all can't, come on, man. Ain't nobody trying to buy no dog and die alone for real. I'm dead serious.
First of all, you shut your mouth.
Hey, go ahead, Key. Let's go ahead and get Key in there.
Hey, Miss Liv, hey, straight up, man. These niggas, we crashing out here, bro.
No, but for real, I'm not okay.
Hold on, y'all. Gotta get Key in there. Gotta get Key in there. Go ahead, Key.
So the one thing it's hard for me to wrap my mind around this conversation is how there's this divide with men versus women, and there seems to be a lot of resentment towards women. But I think for me, the issue really with our society is we're oversaturated with options. So it has ruined dating and relationships for our generation, the generation Gen Z and Generation Alpha, I think is after Gen Z, because we are programmed to believe that there is always going to be something better. I believe compatibility is a thing, and that should matter, and that does matter. But when you're on Tinder, when you're on Hinge, when you're on Bumble, and you're compatible with over 100 people a day, how are people supposed to get in a relationship? How are they supposed to make that decision? Because they find someone and let's say they're like 70% compatible. There's always that doubt in the back of their mind, like there may be someone that's 75%, I should keep looking. So there's that. And then the thing with the sex, men and women. So with men, what men expect is a continuous deposit into their bank account for what fulfills them and what wants to keep them attached to the relationship without depositing into the woman's bank account. The flowers are a representation, like we've been trying to explain to y'all, that you are paying attention to something that is emotional for her. It's not about the stupid flowers. It could be anything. It's paying attention to what matters inside. Women are emotionally charged. We're emotionally motivated. With men, you're physically charged, physically motivated. So as a relationship progresses, what happens is there's little things that happen. He's forgetting to take out the trash. She keeps walking in the house with her shoes on and taking them off. People build up resentment and you stop depositing into each other's bank accounts. And then you're separated because the key for him is to have that physical connection. She cannot make that connection because you're not tuned in emotionally.
And I think y'all just single-handedly exposed one important thing. Y'all let y'all emotional connection supersede duty.
To what? We're talking about people that aren't even dating.
I think married couples? We initiated the conversation off of people that were already in a relationship, and then what happens is that the household becomes broken. And the argument they had about the flowers is that
nobody said they were. A lot of these people aren't even in relationships. Even when they get pregnant, they're not in relationships. Right. They just talking to somebody.
The whole reason why they brought the flowers up is because when he got, per her words, is when we got you and married you, we put you on the wall and left you on a hanger.
Yeah, that was something different.
No, that's where it all came from. And then like Alicia B followed up, what she means is, I asked for an example. She said the example is you stop giving us flowers like you used to. So I'm saying
let's make it clear. We understood that was a metaphor for something. We not right. When we say flowers, we're not saying literal flowers.
Yeah, so she gave us a second metaphor on top of the original metaphor, which was hanging you on the fucking hanger. Now she threw another metaphor to muddy the whole. This woman, these bullshit need to stop.
I said, please give us a. It could be anything, because don't get stuck on the metaphor. The point is, I opened with dating and the issue with dating in our generation. So I'm not talking about married couples. That's a whole different ball game.
So what happens in that situation when you're sleeping with someone and you get pregnant and he is not emotional, like these deposits that we're doing? What happens then? Is it okay?
If you can't emotionally connect with your woman, she gonna destroy your life.
So then is it?
It don't matter if you got a kid with her. It don't matter if you bought her a house. It don't matter if you bought 10 Mercedes. The moment you don't emotionally connect with her, your life is over with.
It don't even
Chalk
matter.
it up.
You can rub her feet every night.
Back you up.
Dick her down properly.
But men, the moment y'all don't want to turn over and throw that ass on us, we'll try again tomorrow. We'll try again next week. We'll try again next month. We'll try again next year. But all it takes.
So you know, we only getting ass on our birthday.
Why he over here amening you right now, Darwin?
We get the same damn tool set on Father's Day. We gotta go.
Darwin, why this man over here talking about some yup? Because I'm gonna try again tomorrow. I'm gonna try. He right here talking about amen. I'm gonna try again next week. I'm gonna keep trying again tomorrow.
Hit it with the hey, what's hit it with the baby.
Y'all be having your own husband. How the hell y'all be having your own damn husband and begging for sex? God. And then you talking about you better be monogamous to me.
Like, it sound like y'all picking wrong, because I don't know what these women are y'all dating. That sounds real miserable.
Now you look like you got a little time on you. I know you be feeling like it.
When it was y'all issues on the table, when it was y'all issues on the table, we had to eat the cost of that. When women laid out their issues, we wasn't buying flowers no more. We ain't say y'all picked wrong. We tried to give y'all points of understanding. Now when we tell y'all, man, look, man, y'all holding out, y'all not giving up the goods when we need it. We be asking you that all of a sudden the only time I get some ass is on my birthday.
It's the lack of flowers. I'm telling you.
No, you can't. No, hold on. No, I'm going to tell you this. You
flowers.
cannot say it because you did not do this. I'm not going to do that. Because
That's not what it is. No, it's
hold
not
on.
somebody literally saying that. It's that she is connected to here. And here,
I
I'm
don't
not
give a
feeling
damn
the
what
tingle.
you're-
So down there, don't feel the tingle
Y'all
here.
turn it into a
Hold on, wait.
transaction after so much time. Y'all turn the relationship into a transaction.
No,
That's what it is. We're not
reciprocity.
No, y'all was busting that thing wide open before we took you to the altar.
Reciprocity.
But then once we got about 2 years in, you was like, you know what?
Everybody was getting
start
cracked
rubbing my
down
neck.
when that man was being empathetic. Everybody was getting cracked down when that man was like, oh, baby, I appreciate you for cooking that meal.
Yes.
Now that meal that I cooked is a duty. No, it's kindness out of my heart and tell me you appreciate me.
It's
Now
kindness out of
you're
my-
forgetting
it's
that I
kindness out
clean
of
this
my
house
heart
top
when
to
you
bottom
doing your-
as kindness, not out of a duty. So now that you're telling me it's a
No.
duty, I'm only doing the bare minimum physically, so now it's a duty to sleep with you.
You're right. And hold on, wait. I'm about to flip and show you. No, I got it, Bruce. You want to know what's funny? The flowers used to come with head until you just started expecting it.
But
When
exactly.
we was giving you the flowers.
You're saying what I'm saying,
no,
though.
wait a minute. You ain't
We
hearing me.
made each other happy.
No. When you ain't hearing me. The flowers used to come with head. And then next thing you know, we gave you flowers this Wednesday, no head. And then we gave you flowers next Wednesday, no head.
Hold on. You forgot one thing, Sweeney. You forgot one thing. One of them was dead.
What the hell would you bringing some dead flowers? You bringing dead flowers now?
Then it turned into, dang, why you only give me flowers? I'll tell you, this time I want to go out to eat. You're like, all right, let me take her out to eat, man. Maybe we can get frisky tonight. Took her out to eat, and then she tell you she full from the food, so you ain't having no sex that night. He done took you, put some food in your belly. That motherfucker done went in the room and lit the candles for you and said, oh, yeah, it's about to go down tonight. And you come in and with the goddamn bonnet on and your moo-moo talking about some I'm tired.
Men the best coochie comes in the moo-moo, first of all. Okay?
We went listen, we did some of the most extreme stuff for y'all just to get the what we think we're supposed to get. We done went from kissing you all the way from eating your ass, and you still goddamn deny us.
That's crazy.
I'm like the shit that men are willing to
How
do.
do you know eating ass?
Real quiet on that.
Crazy.
The shit that men are willing to do
away from there.
and work until we kill over. All we want is peace, and for you to throw it back every now and then.
Oh, I thought he was finna say peace and I was like,
no, I'm not gonna try to be disrespectful to y'all, but I'm just being real.
So then what
we don't really ask for a lot. Y'all get everything y'all want, but then y'all want the psychological and emotional.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I'm gonna tell you this, and you know what? We'll meet y'all halfway. This is the men coming to y'all halfway on the table, right? How about this? Each and every one of y'all, if y'all with somebody in the chat tonight, whether you're a man or a woman, go to that person and do something you used to do without them having to ask. And then the moment you get done, ask for the thing you want. I guarantee you might be a little happier the next day. Just go. If you are a man, go do something you ain't used to doing. And if you are a woman, go do something you used to do for your man without him having to ask, beg, plead. Just go do it. And then I guarantee you, y'all will be a lot happier the next day. The problem is that it's like Bruiser said, it becomes transactional. If you're not gonna do this, I'm not gonna do that. And it's not like you say it out loud, it's your feelings. But if you just one day just bite the bullet and say, screw it, I'm gonna go and do it for him just because. And then after that, y'all, I guarantee you, after y'all get done doing whatever you want to do for each other, have a real conversation about some shit you want. And I guarantee you, both of y'all will come to the table like, you know what? I got you.
Just don't pay the light bill. Don't pay the light. When she wake up and she try to turn like, damn, why the hell the lights off? Well,
I'm trying to help y'all out. And Bruiser gonna make it more confrontational.
Well, why the hell my nutsack still full?
Wait a minute.
There you go.
I feel like Sweeney made a good point though. It's about biting the bullet. Like every day, you're not going to win as a man. She's not going to win as a woman. Somebody's got to be like, okay, today is my day to concede. It's fine, and that's all I'm saying.
And somebody got to be the leader.
No.
Y'all don't like that. See
that would mean the man never concedes because your ideology is he's always the leader.
Compromise. We are the prize.
You know like,
we gave you access.
Ladies, I understand now.
What?
Dudes done fucked it up.
That's all I'm saying. Sweeney's on the same page.
You access.
Be for real.
Access to what?
And that's why they asses are walking away from
ungrateful.
Wait, no, for real. Access. You're talking about access. Access to what?
What are y'all complaining about? I need a provider. I need a man. Why man don't protect us? Why can't he pay the bill? We give you all of that. And we give you a seed to put in your oven. To come out looking like you and me. You got to start appreciating that.
I love how in unison everybody started, all the women started just like blink, blink.
Who said that?
They
like
listening
confused.
Like, damn, I ain't never heard of this shit. Like, listen.
No one said we needed a protector or provider. Women are not asking that.
What?
We're not asking for leaders. We're not asking for protectors and providers. We are asking for partners.
Where the hell you live at?
So,
honestly, okay, can I come from the real perspective right now? I'm
What
gonna
is a
say
partner?
something that don't nobody on this panel want to say and ain't nobody gonna want to hear. And I don't give a damn if everybody call me ghetto. I am cusp Gen Z, cusp youngest millennial, right? With that being said, in the actual dating pool, the dating pool of like what's happening right now, they don't want a partner, they don't want a leader, they don't want submission, they want transaction. They want momentary happiness and they want funds in the account, which means he gets a nut, she gets the money. I don't even understand why we're having so much conversation about people that like have morals and values when that's not what's really in the dating pool and that's not what's really happening. Like it's not. Be so for real. If you go out right now, out into like Metro Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, Miami, any of these big major cities, what is going
worst
on is
places to
exactly
try
what
to
just
date
came
somebody.
out of my mouth. You're talking about good old, maybe old school women, maybe like women 30 and older, 35 and older. But when you really come to 35 and younger, when you really come, 80% of those women don't give a damn if you are a good leader, if you have a good set of morals, if you even have an education. 80% of those men don't care if you're submissive and if you're going to cook and clean for him. Open your legs. Give me some money.
So I have a question for you then. So traditionally, was the transaction, in your opinion, given what you just said, so back in the day, traditionally, was the transaction you get a virgin and then you get a long-term provider, and then as things have changed and women have economic freedom, the transaction still exists. So in your opinion, do you think wives are just schmex workers and cooking and cleaning tools? Like, is it always really just transactional, or is there something more that marriage?
No.
Okay.
I didn't have to pay for nothing to get no smacks. And y'all got me saying smacks, man. What the?
Sorry, we not on TikTok.
We're not on TikTok.
Okay. So if it's only transactional, then why are we still dealing with each other, really?
And that's what I'm saying. They're not. Most people in my generation are not. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's right. I'm literally just telling you the facts of the matter are when you get down to the, well, if no woman wants to be submissive, then that's why they're going to stay unmarried. And majority of women in my generation and younger are going to look at you and be like, that's fine. We weren't trying to get a ring anyways. We don't care. And most men are going to look and be like, that's cool. We wasn't trying to marry y'all anyways. That's what I'm saying. It has always been certain things that are required to get married. And now these generations are literally saying, we're not filling out the requirements list. We're refusing. So we don't care about it no more.
Where did the requirements come from? Where were the requirements originated from?
I feel like the older generation.
Feel like.
You know what?
Yeah, I feel
You
like.
need to answer
I
that.
think.
You feel like the requirements came from the older generation.
Yes.
Where did the older generation get the requirements from?
The Bible.
The who?
The Bible.
Damn, y'all can't even say the Bible? God, y'all some damn heathens.
That's also something that doesn't matter in this generation. Nobody's religious. Everybody's spiritual.
It's gonna hurt your mouth to just say the Bible. Y'all can't do that.
You know what's funny?
We that torn away from.
A wise man told me, God forbid, if he lost his wife or they got a divorce, he said, I'm getting me a doll and a dog. He said, I'm gonna give me
So is that what we are then? Just companionship and coochie? Then what separates us from?
No, I'm telling you that what you just described in the dating market.
I'm just asking questions.
No, what Laisha just described in the dating market, because that's what he said. He said he hears all the single man stories, right? He said, I've heard all these single men talk about the dating market. And he said, God forbid, if I lost my wife, I would just get me a dog and a doll. Because he's like, the way that they describe the dating market it is hell out there at this point. And you basically described hell. It's basically transactional. Give me money for sex, but you really don't actually care about the person. And y'all are still trying to guard your body because nobody wants to be treated like a prostitute. So it's like, what the hell? Like,
It's sad that y'all don't even know where the requirements came from. And the ones who know they came on won't even fester up to even speak on it. It's sad.
They don't care about it.
Lightning
So why should they care about the message from the Bible? Why should they go ahead, Key?
You're talking about it's like women can't get right in your eyes. You started saying, okay, so women want some make-believe, imaginary, perfect man, but the average man 5'9", makes $50K a year. And then you say, or I don't know if somebody else said that stat, but that's what y'all are saying. But then you just said y'all are ungrateful when a man, y'all want to provide and protect her. 5'9" man can't protect, and a man making $50K a year can't provide. So which one is it?
Did you say a man who's 5'9" can't protect? So you're saying most men are unable to protect women?
You guys do not even respect men who are short.
You do know.
No, I wanted to ask a question.
Let's answer a key question because she's been waiting. And the last thing we do, go ahead, Trevor. I think we started on it. She said, a guy that's 5'9" can't protect, and a guy that makes 50.
Yeah, how can a guy that's 5'9"? That's so you're saying most men are just too weak to protect you from other men. Like men are inherently violent. Like we're just running around and see a dude with a woman and just go and attack him.
Don't run with it. The average man, based on what you guys described, cannot protect in the way that I believe Darwin is saying a man can protect and provide.
In what way do you believe I'm saying? What way do you believe I'm saying a man can protect?
Physically.
How tall are you, Trev?
I'm 6'4".
Let's pretend I'm 5'9". If you see me walk, and let's say if you want to break in somebody's house, if you see me with my woman walking in the house, you're probably not going to choose that house, right? As a man, I probably got a pistol on my hip. Or something. I'm a man. A man that's going to fight to death, likely, right?
Right. And you don't know. He might have a skill set.
He might have a skill set.
If I'm getting ready to break into a house, I'm not walking up on anybody that's with somebody else. I'm not walking up to be out.
You're making my point.
No, I'm not.
Right. It doesn't matter the height.
It could be two women together.
No, two women's easy.
He gonna break in the house. It matters. A male presence matters. I know y'all don't want to believe it, but a man's presence, aside from his height or his whatever, is a way that you can argue that he's a
deterrent.
Yeah, like most men aren't
even if you. Go ahead.
Most men aren't confrontational. Where if I walk down the street with my wife, I don't have to worry about most men out there because most of them we don't go out there seeking violence with other men.
Yeah.
Like just by the presence of
selective.
But is that just the benefit of being in a modern society in general?
No, it's the benefit of being with a man, period.
No, hold on, wait. It's just a mutual understanding between men that we don't just go off and start popping off at other men just for the hell of it. I'm not going to go walk up and try to holler at Bruiser's wife while you're in front of her. Even if I am single, it's going to be like, just on the strength of that's a dude right there.
That's a
And
dude.
the only way I can get at her is I got to go through that dude. And unless I am like straight up demon time, which most men are not. Most men ain't on demon time where they just gonna walk up and like y'all see those like YouTube videos where the dude smack the girl on the ass while she walking past.
That's fake.
That's ain't nobody doing that.
Those are
Ain't
fictional.
no man doing that shit in real life because you run the risk of getting fucked up.
Even if that dude is only 5'9".
Feel about that wife.
Even if I would argue, even the younger he is, even more of a threat. If he's a YN,
yeah, it could be
he
problematic.
don't even want to fight you. He's gonna shoot. So you got to understand that having a male presence is a deterrent. Thank you for that.
I agree. I agree.
Getting that. Even if you look at families or mothers or people who take their kids to the playground, the predators, they target the women who that clearly don't have a male presence in their life.
Right,
They don't have a man around.
Absolutely true.
Right.
Shit, hell, they target.
I even
first, but
feel
ain't no men in
safer.
it.
We all feel safer when we're walking down the street with a man.
With a man, right? And it could be
Downtown.
5'9", and he's still gonna be.
Even if he's 5'9".
You're gonna be in a better. You're gonna be in a
I'm
better
telling you, them
situation.
hollow tips hurt whether you 7 foot or you 5'3".
You know what's
Them
crazy?
hollow
I think
tips
y'all.
hurt.
I think y'all feel safer when there's multiple men around. Like,
Come on,
like if
public?
there's only
Come on,
like if
public?
there's only in public. If there's like only one dude on the street.
Oh,
and you
public, not
walking at-
poly. I
but-
thought you said
yeah,
poly.
public. Like y'all feel safer when there's maybe 20, 30 men out there, except for the ones like when you go to the gas station.
Yeah,
You got
I'm
20, 30
I'm
dudes
literally thinking of the
trying to
gas
holler.
station. I'm like, no.
No,
I'm
like
sorry.
think about if you're walking down the street and there's just guys on the street, they doing their own. You got that dude over there washing windows, this guy working the bodega, shit like that. When there's men out there versus you walking down the street, there ain't no man on the street, and there's only one guy out there, and you walking and he's walking behind you. He don't got no designs on you. I guarantee you feel safer with that dude walking behind you if you know there's another dude up the street that you about to walk past that ain't got shit to do with.
No.
Yeah, but can
I don't think that all women will share that sentiment, but I would
No.
say if they would probably feel safer walking through the downtown area at night with a man versus being alone.
But I will say this because
I feel safer with my steel in my purse.
She brought up.
That's what I
Let me
feel.
say this. I gotta say this because I don't want to lose it. Because I did make a great
Somebody
point
said not
about-
Big Bertha, she always safe.
But because you did make a great point about the selective process and the average guy. What I think you specifically suffer from, and there's a lot of women of maybe of your caliber, and I don't take this as me blowing up your head. A lot of women who are exceptionally, I'm not gonna even try to over compliment, but you have to deal with a competitive market whenever you are, I would say 7 or 8 or 9. The higher you go up, you got to you're in a weight class where it's going to be you got to have to be a little bit more strategic. And what the problem you're running into, the guys that are taking a liking of you are these average guys that are punching outside of their weight class. So you're faced with that dilemma. You get what I'm saying? So you just got to be able to swipe off those guys and optimize yourself for the guys that you actually can run parallel with in the dating market. I see that a lot of time with women who are up there. You know what I'm saying? And they punch down on the average guys. They just see you as they think they got a shot. So it's not that we don't think women can do right or anything. We just, a lot of times y'all inaccurately be punching outside of your weight class, and oftentimes the cute ones, the really good looking ones be settling for the BS, or they be in the wrong market. So you're running into these 5'9s and these average dudes, and it's causing all this stress and frustration. You got to learn how to navigate. You got to learn how to associate with the right class that you're supposed to be in. And I would argue, if you're a high caliber woman, you're beautiful, you fit, and all this other stuff, you need to start targeting networking events,
right?
Balls, gala balls, charity events.
Most women don't even know where to go. They don't know where these men that they're looking for are.
Class your presence had to be in a different class than the average girl. Because these 5'9" dudes that can't provide and protect, they don't have access to those areas. But all a woman got to do is be beautiful to access.
And another thing, one of the main words that he mentioned is it's competitive. And a lot of women their ego is too big to feel like they should compete for a man. But guess what? It is competitive. And the women who are going to end up with them and who you're going to be like, damn, how'd she do that? Because they were competitive, because they were practicing strategic placement. They knew where these men were. They studied it. They were very intentional about it. And they put their egos aside and decided to pursue those men, or at least be in those places where they're supposed to be. You are actively avoiding those types of men. If you're going to let your ego tell you that, oh, well, he needs to pursue me, those men that you want, the exceptional men, don't have to pursue you. He's pursued on a regular basis from everyone on his number level all the way down. And he's going to pick up everything. And some night he might pick a 3-up, low hanging fruit on some humbug shit and hit her off too. So you got to understand that all of those women are going for him. And he's going to take whatever he wants. So what's going to make him pursue a woman? Men that have access to women like that don't feel the need to pursue women, and they will almost never, unless they just doing it for sport. It's not happening. So if you're not intentional about it, you're gonna let your ego kill your whole life.
Yeah, don't check out.
You're not gonna get what you want.
I'm gonna tell you, these guys actually do you a favor by walling themselves in to a place where you got to be at a certain level to get in, to make it less competitive for you. Because if they just hang around every other average guy, then it would, even the women that are below him or below you would still try to compete for those guys. So walling themselves into like places where you got to have like you got to be actually beautiful. They're not gonna even let you in the door if you're not this type of your appearance ain't up to par. They're actually doing you a favor by creating this space for you can have a less competitive tension whenever you go and meet these guys. You just gotta know, you just gotta look around your city and figure out what these events are. Damn, my motherfucking mic. No, you
Hey, I did have a question. Are men building lives for wives or just for the access to women?
Both.
Yeah, that's so broad. What do you mean? That's very broad.
I thought that was a good question.
I thought that was a great question as well.
Yeah, it is a good question. All right, whoever thought it was a great question, go ahead and answer first. Shan.
well, I think that was a question for men. I mean, are you guys, because if I just go from observation, I'm not a man. I don't think that men are rushing to the altar. I think that men do have access to women. I think most men have access to a woman. There is a woman checking for him, right? It's just whether or not he's using her for sex. So let me just say this. No, it depends on the age. If you're looking at the stats talking about virgins, that's 16 to 24. I'm talking about after 24. Okay. Y'all like to bring up stats and don't look at the sample size. What I'm trying to, so basically, when you're looking at men in the way they're moving, right? I've seen men have women in relationships for years wanting to get married, and it's just not happening. I think you've even stated before, Bruiser, women get confused. That guy does not want you for marriage. He wants access to your body. He was playing you. Some of y'all don't know that y'all just a booty call. You've even said that some women don't know that they are just a booty call. And what they do is they get confused. They think they really have access to this guy and he's just playing them, right? So there are a lot of people in situations like that. Because I'm going to tell you one thing I know about men. When they want you, he wants you, okay? he wants you. So all them games, it's probably because he probably don't want you like that. You know what I'm saying? So with that, there's a lot of that going on. That's all I'm saying. So now I do believe, let me say this real fast. I do think that men do want marriage. The problem is the girl that he's dealing with right now. If he wants married, saying I want marriage is, one day I want marriage. If the perfect girl, meanwhile, I'm messing with a girl right now. And I've been with her for 2 years. But, I want marriage, just not with her. But he's not saying I don't want it with her. You understand? So to women, they're saying, he doesn't want marriage. In his mind, I do want marriage, just not with you. But that's not coming out of his mouth. So it seems like he doesn't want marriage, but he does. it's just not with the people that he's messing with. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. There is men out there finessing women, thinking that they're gonna get this retention and get engaged. And I think me and Sweeney, well, we went toe to toe with a whole group of guys on King Talk multiple times. And damn near got banned from there because we went against the grain and supporting y'all on that. And none of y'all came to our defense. Shan.
I probably tuned out. I do that a lot. I did that a lot tonight. On which part? I'm confused.
Oh, honey.
Henny.
Oh, honey.
I was just
What night are
responding.
you talking about?
Well, I mean, we talking about how men were trained up. Men were trained up, educated from their fathers and their uncles to pursue women, to treat women as like they're disposable.
No, I did. I told you. I said I saw that King Talk, and I gave you praises in the comment. I said that you.
I don't like to talk about it. Yeah, I don't like to talk about it because it creates a lot of enemies for me. But I have to be honest whenever the conversation comes. That does happen, and we still, a lot of us are still on the fence on that. You still got the other side where guys are saying no, they don't do that, and I think they're telling the women, the young girls, as early as whatever, to be chaste, even though they deviate. But that's the education. And Sweeney was really in the mix before me, so he can better explain. But it is a finesse. So I would say, at a younger age, I'm not convinced that men are building lives for wives until maybe they reach their purpose. Maybe until they get stable, and then maybe they'll settle down. So I would say at a young.
I think around maybe like around the age of like 26, that's when a man starts really thinking about life after. Once he gets to a point where he's stable. And stable don't have to be like, you know what I mean? He got a good job, decent job, he rent being paid, shit like that. And that's when he starts to thinking about having a girl to live, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care what y'all say. Ain't no dude sitting in no house playing house with you, paying all your bills and all that shit, and he don't want to be with you.
But people aren't shacking up. Like the ones who are shacking up, I would agree. But most people are not shacking up. Most people who we're talking about out here in the open are not living with a guy. He's not paying bills. We're talking about people who call themselves in relationships, sneaky links, where they have to leave their house to go to his house, where they send in a night bag, and he comes to their house. These are the people where this is the most.
I'm sorry, man. Then I don't take any of that shit serious. Like, if I don't like, if you got a woman, like, I don't take, like, she knows where she stands. She a sneaky link.
Some people they do now. I think that this generation has put a name on it, right?
That was a name for it back then. It was called a booty call 30, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
But booty calls were different. So booty calls back in the day used to be, you call me at 10, you call somebody at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, whatever, and you go out. It's people really moving like relationships, and it's really just a booty call because he thinks he has to do this to get this consistent, and he don't want her like that. You know what I'm saying? She's just what they call placeholder. She's just there, and if he doesn't find anything better, maybe because she stuck it out, I'll chill with her. But it's a lot of. You gotta
re-explain that. Wait a minute. What?
Okay, so I know Sweeney is you got married 2001. Okay, so what? I know they talk about this in the barbershop. Come on, brother.
No, you gotta re-explain. You said that the dude is with her and he just got on it. All right, wait a minute.
It's dudes out here who got a different girl. On Monday, I'm hanging out with this chick. On Wednesday, I'm hanging out with this chick, and he treat them just like they the only one. You know what I'm saying?
All right, can I put y'all up on some game, ladies, real quick?
Because he's not stable.
Can I let y'all know something real quick about men? And I'll be honest with you. There's somebody who would probably say they're an outliner and really thought like that. But on first glance, men don't generally think that that's going to be my wife, right? Most times you're like, I'm gonna see what's up with that. You might try to hit whatever, but it's up to the woman to convince him that she is a wife. He's going to go based off of your behavior, your demeanor, how well you would take leadership, how much you would be willing to pour into him, how more convenient you would make his life. Men who have to choose, these men that most of you ladies want, and it's okay to want it, but it's just you have to have a plan to get it. Right. And I always say a lot of y'all know how to get what you want as far as other aspects of life. You know how to go out and get that job. You know all the schooling and all the preparation and everything you had to do to go ahead and get it. You didn't just think that it was going to magically appear for you. You didn't think that God was just going to bless you with a job. God's not going to just bless you with a man. It's not just going to happen. And I hear women say stupid shit like that all the time. Like, God got somebody for me. No, he don't. You got somebody for you. And you're going to have to find them. And you're going to have to be just as intentional in life as everything else that you were, that you really wanted. And you're going to have to put effort and you're going to have to compete. Just like the job market is competitive, you had to get your resume right. What's your resume look like? You got a lot of bodies on your resume? Do you have any special set of skills? Like, what we doing? Are you compatible? Can you make it work? We have to start taking it more seriously if it's something that you really want. If you don't care, then stop griping about it. Shut the fuck up. But if you do, then you're going to have to get real and start doing something. Start making yourself worth being a wife, if that's what you want to do. It's going to take some effort for you to get a husband. Can we get that in our heads for a minute? Can we just let that soak for a second that, yo, I kind of have to work to get the man that I want versus me telling everyone that God is going to give me this dude? It's not happening, just so you know.
Smooth, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think especially if you are talking about men with options, that is true. But we also heard tonight in this conversation women say, like, I'm loosely quoting this, well, our grandmother said that he has to be X, Y, and Z, or they're taught not to give wife benefits to a man that they're not married to. So it seems like there's two conversations where men are trying to see if women are qualify, and then women are telling other women, don't do anything to try to qualify for him.
I think
Right.
I
So
think that,
we're not.
oh,
Go ahead, Shannon. I definitely want to answer her question though.
I think that when women are saying don't give, I really think they're talking about your body, right? Because that's really one thing that you can't get back. That's one thing that you give and you try to kind of devalue yourself.
Yeah.
You can show it without giving your body. You can make his life easier. There's nothing wrong with you cooking for this man. There's nothing wrong with you helping straighten out. There's nothing wrong with you see as a problem and you're great at Excel, helping him out with that. There are different ways to show that you have value besides giving your body out. And you lose nothing by doing that, right? But when you're giving your body out and he's gotten a piece of you and you ain't getting nothing in return, it's kind of like, you lost that one.
So I would say, I would like to add though, because I had to think back on what Bo said when she talked about what y'all grandmothers used to tell y'all about. No, it was either her or Laisha. I can't remember which one of y'all said it, where your grandmother did say, for if he wants some ass, you better put some cash on the table or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think what it really was that she was saying for your body, which they really value your body as your temple and things like that, you better get something out of it other than you shouldn't just give your body up for anybody or anything. Yeah. However, your grandmother used to also tell y'all, go ahead and make that boy a sandwich, baby. Go ahead and make him, go ahead and put some food on his plate. Go ahead and be nice to him, baby. Like they told you both sides of it. It wasn't just don't give it up to him unless you get some money. She was also telling you how to treat a man as well.
Exactly.
I wanted to tell y'all this, right? And yeah, I think they kind of answered what you were asking me. But one of the telltale signs if a man want to be with you or not is he's going to talk about the future with you. He's going to actually invest into what it is that you're doing, right? Those are the things. If he's not into your future, then it's probably not a good look and you probably should drop it. And if he's not talking, you should just ask him what he's really thinking. Men aren't that dishonest, right? You'll be able to tell between the body language and everything else. The problem is we sometimes allow ourselves to be a little too hopeful, right? We want to see the good in this person, but when they're showing you shit, it's probably what it is. We ignore the red flags. A lot of the things that the women are complaining about is right in your face. And in retrospect, you can articulate it all the time. But while it's happening, we can never discern what's going on, right? And that's what the main thing we know. We understand that women have intuition and discernment when it comes to certain things, because if you think I'm cheating, all of a sudden you become a super snooper. You know how to find everything. Oh no, I got this feeling. Oh, I had a dream. Oh, I know what's up. But when it comes to two things, one, what does that man need, and what does that man have in store for me? That discernment just goes like that. It's gone. You have no discernment when it comes to that. Now it's just it's feelings, it's vibes, it's the wave, and that's what you want to go by.
I
instead
got a
of
confession to
being
make.
more pragmatic about that part of it. Go ahead.
I got a confession to make. Before I went in the military, and I had a father figure in my life, but mostly it was it was my mother or either my auntie or my grandmother raised me. And I think when I was younger, I thought that I was supposed to build a life to access women. You get what I'm saying? I'm supposed to go work. I'm supposed to go make sure my car is nice for a woman, make sure I got money for a woman, all this other stuff for validation for a woman. And I think the reason why I thought like that is because every time I looked at my mothers or my aunties, they were missing a man. So I was like, well, if this is all of the pain I'm seeing in the common denominator is that man is not there, maybe that is what I'm supposed to go and do if I want to be different from the guys that they talk shit about. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna build my life around a woman. But this wasn't before I got enlightened. So I think it depended upon whether if you're raised by a father, your father's probably gonna tell you to build your life around your purpose. But if you have your mother, she's probably gonna teach you to build your life around a woman. And I think that's why a lot of these young men that are raised by single mothers are going to go get jewelry and Cuban links and the Hellcat and try to impress the women, because that's what they.
What the Hellcat?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm thinking. And that's how I kind of felt. And then I got in the military. I got my mind right, and I was like, I gotta be on my purpose. And the higher I level up, and the more respect I get from other men, and the network I can build, the women are going to be a byproduct of that. The women are going to come and come around. They're going to flock around because of the success and the body of work. I don't have to necessarily go get these glamorous things, this eye candy for the women. They're going to come. So I think that might be what it is. And I get it, people shaking their head in disagreement, but we can talk about it. But that's just how
I love that. Yeah.
Because it was some sentiment. I was like, damn, man, why my mama and my aunties, they can't get it right? Yeah. I want to be the different guy, the guy that they talk good about. Yeah. Then it come to find out they never talk good about a man. Unless he was there. But once he was gone, he wasn't shit. I don't know why it's like that. It's always when he leave, he ain't shit. But the whole time he was there, he was everything you ever wanted, icing on the cake, all that. But the moment he said, you know what, I don't want to put up with this bullshit, he ain't shit. Why is it? Why y'all? Listen, I'm willing to be honest. I've had a relationship with a woman, and yes, the thing was good. I wasn't right, but I never said she ain't shit because she left. I would even go in. I even had a guy call me and it's like, yo, man, I'm talking to this girl that you used to date. You know what I'm saying? Because I know we playing basketball. I just wanted to run it by you out of respect, so you don't think I would. Is she a good woman? You know what I'm saying? It's like, can you give me the rundown? Like, should I talk? It's like, yeah, man, she was a good woman, man. I was actually the wrong guy. You know what I'm saying? But women, I don't see women doing that. I don't see women having the capability to say, when a woman come and ask them, hey, how is this guy that you used to date? Oh, that nigga ain't shit. Fuck that nigga. He still owe me money. As a matter of fact, I got.
Did you not just hear me speak about a lot of my exes about how they're great guys? They're wonderful guys. There are women that talk about their exes.
So that means you ain't shit.
So are you saying you fucked that up?
No. Because sometimes it does not have to be one or the other was wrong. Sometimes people mutually agree that this is just not for the both of us. And then too, there could be wrong on both ends, and you all just mutually agree that you can't get back to a good spot. And that's okay. Like my ex-husband, great man, wonderful man, not for me. Not for me. He just wasn't for me.
That don't have the ring of truth to it. Great man.
That wasn't for me.
Great
He's
man.
we grew apart. He is extremely religious. I am not.
So that means you're a heathen.
Oh, that was a mistake off the rip.
Not at
That
all.
was a mistake off the rip.
No, yeah.
Why would you marry?
When you say that he's like extremely
Well,
Oh my gosh.
no.
Who raised you?
No. I'm not. I'm just not extremely religious. I feel uncomfortable in church. I don't like it.
Why?
That does not mean that I am not. I was raised
Thought
in
you
the
was gonna
church.
catch fire in there.
Why don't you like it?
So he was.
It makes me uncomfortable.
Why does it make you uncomfortable? That's not
Because she felt conviction in her wrong.
No, it's
Her
oppressive.
skin was gonna start bubbling.
It was
It's
oppressive.
Go to the
oppressive.
church.
Do you all know how oppressive to women? Do you know how oppressive church is and how weird it is to women?
But Ephesians
I don't
talks
agree with
about
it.
both
I
men
don't
and
like
women.
it. It's not for me.
But Ephesians, Jesus Christ.
Hold on,
calls
they
us
didn't
both
tell you
to
that Jesus was
submit
gonna
to
work
one
it out.
another.
I didn't say nothing about Jesus. I said church. I didn't say nothing about
And so
church.
he was
I
very
ain't say-
church.
I ain't said nothing about Jesus. I
You
said
hold on.
church.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying?
I know what it. I know
don't
what it
do
is.
organized
I
religion.
get it. I get
He
you. Now
does.
you said you felt uncomfortable in church.
In
What was you
church.
wearing? What was you wearing in church?
What? I wear what everybody else wore. What do you mean?
Lemons, pepper,
Oh
titties, baby.
no! The way you dress right now. The way you dress right now.
I'm in my home.
No, I know what you was wearing.
You've seen me at work. I wear clothes. Don't do that.
What's your Instagram?
The same thing as this.
Oh, let
With
me
a
get on
space.
here.
How you put a space in it?
Uh-huh.
No. On Instagram, it's an underscore. I know it's
Lemons,
a
pepper, titties,
period
baby.
in between. But no, it didn't have anything to do with how I was dressed. I felt very uncomfortable in church as a child, as a
Oh,
small
damn.
child. I didn't
Let
like
me
it.
bag up. They're gonna hit me with the child.
Hasn't
Let me bag
anybody
up.
ever try an exorcism?
That's what I was saying. It's giving Damon vibes.
No,
Leave her alone.
I'm joking.
That looks like a goddess in the background. It's not like you're against spirituality.
That's me.
Oh, that's you?
That's me. I commissioned a art piece for my 40th. But
Wow.
no, it's since I was a child, it was just something very uncomfortable about the way they spoke about just things in general. So I didn't grow up. I grew up in the church, but I've never been one to be like, gotta go to church Sunday. I don't want to do that. I have my own special relationship. He was extremely devoted to church. I tried, don't get me wrong. I couldn't do it.
And you left.
He's a great man. We didn't hold the same values in
You thought it
certain
was green on the
things.
other side?
Well, what values did you hold that he didn't hold?
I'm not.
Did you initiate the divorce?
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Women like you die alone. Straight
It
up.
wasn't going. What the hell?
What?
Why would you say
Wait, who said
that?
that?
Jesus.
Oh my God. Who said that?
Yo, who the hell said that, bro? Boy, y'all better make me log on.
Yeah.
I'm not even that disrespectful.
Hey,
Promise you that
hey,
was me. My
somebody need to
hands
leave
was
that
right here.
damn soundboard alone, man. Leave Bo alone.
Leave her alone.
leave my homegirl Bo alone, man. Put the damn soundboard up. Go ahead, Bo.
However, I initiated it because he was not going to do it.
I'm gonna put my hands right here so y'all know
Wait,
that ain't me.
so wait, are you saying he left the relationship, but he just didn't do this paperwork, and so
Yeah.
you did the?
He just wasn't going to do it. I paid the money. I filed the paperwork. I did all of that because he wasn't going to do it.
Do men do that? Do men act like I want to end the relationship without actually breaking it? So we do. The
Yes.
Hell no.
That's what she's saying happened.
How does that make any sense?
How does it? Hey, how are you? Hey, my name is Bo. Hey, how does that make any sense? It happens. Thank you. I appreciate you.
She's saying in her marriage, her husband wasn't behaving like a husband and was acting in ways to encourage her to get the divorce, so he wouldn't be responsible for the divorce. So she initiated, but he had already.
That's petty. You're saying we're acting
I'm trying to
like
understand.
we
yeah.
want to be there, but we
Yeah,
won't out.
yeah, you guys are. guys are wearing the mask.
Absolutely.
Nah, men generally don't do that. This cat.
I don't know about general. I'm just saying it happens. I'm not playing percentages or how many, but yes, it happens. Absolutely.
Men,
You
does
can't
that
say
happen?
it doesn't happen.
Man,
How does it happen?
You was playing keep away with your
I mean,
heart.
think about it. That's the one only time in the world it happened. And look, it was a woman who was burning up in church. She had an extremely great man. What
Playing
the hell
keep away with her heart.
First of all, see, that's why I'm trying to tell y'all. It's the human relationships are far too complicated to be like who was wrong, who was right. We were both right. We were both wrong.
That don't even make logical sense, though.
It does.
Well, that's the reason why I
People
asked you, like,
have
what were your values?
responsibility on both ends. Both people have a responsibility, have their own things that they contribute to the failure of a relationship. You cannot put it on one person. It wasn't somebody cheated and somebody left. It wasn't somebody did something. It wasn't that.
Did you try to fix
things
it?
are just too complicated, and you just have to be like, you know what? Let's just not.
Did you try to fix it?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. So if somebody's listening to this and you're trying to get them to understand how complicated relationships would be, it's not clear. And so that's the reason why when you said that he valued the church and so we wasn't aligned, but that's why I asked you what
it was much more than that.
Okay, well, and what is it that he didn't have that you had?
What he didn't have that I had, or what he didn't have that I wanted.
What?
Okay, yeah. Just answer that question then. Like, what is it that he didn't have that you wanted? Because you said that you didn't want the church. So what was it that you did want?
Personally, I just didn't feel like it was much of a partnership. I didn't feel like he communicated with me. I didn't feel like
you were submissive.
Hold on, y'all. Let her finish.
I didn't feel like he was including me in the relationship. Like he just did things, never consulted. Like we didn't talk. Even when it was time to buy a house, we didn't talk about it. I tried, but everything was so separated. Everything was separate. Decisions made were separate. He made decisions on his own, right? I made decisions on my own because that is what I was shown. You do stuff without consulting me. I'm finna go buy this car. Oh, you went and bought a car and didn't tell me? Well, I didn't know that that's what we did. You set the precedent that this is how it went,
I
right?
think I know what
Wait,
it is.
so you would go buy a car without consulting your husband? Or you couldn't? Or hold on. It would
Hell no, I did. It's my money.
Why? But he's your husband.
Shit.
But if you can make decisions without consulting me in a relationship,
he's your husband.
That's the precedent. You set the precedent.
You're telling us exactly why.
What decision would you say would equate to something of the magnitude of buying a car?
I mean, he bought a bunch of stuff without telling me.
He bought some
He bought a new vehicle without telling me.
Did you ride it?
No.
You can't drive a new
vehicle. That was his.
He said that? Oh, that's not right. That's not right, though.
I know why he did
If you can make decisions on your own, you are setting the precedent. I am going to do this as well. This
Was
my
it one
money.
pot?
You didn't
Was
give
it
me
one
nothing
pot,
to
or did
do.
y'all have separate accounts?
Separate. Everything was separate.
Oh,
I'm telling you, it never.
Whose
felt
idea was
like
that?
We
Y'all were
were
roommates.
together.
Yeah,
you see what
that's
I'm
it
saying?
sounds like. Yeah.
It never felt like we were actually together.
Yeah.
Even from the
Doing
beginning?
things together.
Even
from
from
the
the-
beginning.
Why did you marry him
Together.
then?
Yeah, that's a question.
No.
Why did you marry him?
Here's the thing. No. In the beginning, we didn't do anything together before we got married because we didn't live together. We didn't even but we didn't do anything together before we got married. We moved the first time we moved in and did anything was when we got married. So that is when I started approaching the conversation. Actually, I approached the conversation about joint bank accounts. He agreed that he wanted that, right? But in the marriage, I approached that same conversation. Hey, we need to look into all of this. I need to know about life insurance. I need to know about bank accounts. We need to get this paperwork together. And it was just skating past it every single time. You see what I'm saying? It never felt like I did all of this beforehand. I checked on the process of buying a house. We talked about kids. I addressed all of this. Don't get me wrong. In the relationship, while I'm in the marriage, I'm moving as if we have already talked about this. I am trying to get things together. Never just
Wait, let me ask you a question.
Did you trust that he would do it without you?
Hold on, and before y'all got married, you discussed a lot of this stuff with him, right?
Yes.
So okay. It actually does make sense why because she did just say she married a man of the church. And if he really truly is a man of the church, he was operating as a leader of his household and as the head of his household. And typically those men do feel like, hey, yeah, you're supposed to consult me as your leader, but he makes his moves however he's gonna make his moves without you. Fair enough. That's how a man of that ilk would operate.
Yeah, right.
I do have a question though. Did you already have conversations about what you wanted prior to y'all getting married, to where he actually already had an understanding of what house to get, what car insurance he needed, what stuff that he needed to get after the fact, where he didn't even have to come to you because, hey, look, babe, house. Oh, y'all never had that kind of conversation?
Not like that. Not that he could just go and do it. No, not at all.
Oh, wow.
Mm-mm.
And wouldn't you want to consult your wife or no?
Sometimes you don't have to.
I mean, sometimes you don't have to, right? But if every single thing that you do is completely separate, at some point, your wife is gonna be like, "Oh, I might as well just be single at this point because I'm making all of these decisions by myself. You're making all of these
What did y'all do
decisions by
together?
yourself.
What did
At
y'all
what
do
point
together?
are we married?"
That's a great
Did
question.
y'all do anything together?
We went to church together.
So y'all didn't sleep together?
No, yeah, of course we slept together.
Did y'all go out together?
In the same bed. In the beginning, yeah.
When he brought that house, did he put a bow on the front door and then walk you across the threshold?
Oh, okay. No, I bought the house.
Did y'all buy your own ring?
No, wait.
I bought the house.
Wait. So
I bought his ring, he bought mine.
So wait a minute. So did he buy his own house?
No.
So you bought the house.
I bought the
house.
He co-signed?
That's crazy.
Did he co-sign?
That's a part of like you bought the house.
Mine.
Why did you buy the house?
No, Bruce. You're going in the wrong direction. You bought the house. That is probably arguably the biggest decision you can make, and he gave that to you.
Guess what? No, he didn't give it to me.
He didn't give that to her?
I tried. I said, hey, I sat in the bed every night. Hey, this is the house I'm going to look at. You want to go look at it? Nah, it's cool. He didn't want to have nothing to do with the house buying price. As a matter of fact, he was so on the fence. I don't know if we should buy a house. What are we finna do? And there are a lot there were a lot of circumstances surrounding this because I was supposed to.
Did he tell you he didn't want to buy a house?
Huh?
Did he tell you that he don't think it's smart to buy a house?
He didn't say that. He was like, I mean, it wasn't never a no. It wasn't.
Okay, I think that sounds more like maybe we shouldn't buy a house. That's what it sounds like.
Then you got to figure out what year it was. Was it 2008, 2009?
2008? No, this was just 6 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago. Damn, 2017.
You don't remember
8 years ago. My bad.
Remember when you dropped the bag?
That was a prime time to buy
it was 2017. But here's the thing.
You could get a house for a steal back then, boy. Shit,
right.
COVID,
That's
nigga.
the thing.
How long were you guys married for?
4 years.
So at what
this
point
is why
were
I'm
you
sitting here.
So at what point in the marriage were you like, okay, divorce is the only answer?
After she had kids.
I don't have no kids.
Oh.
Okay. Here's the thing. There's
Sit in the
absolutely
corner,
no
Bruiser.
way that a
Sit your
man is
ass in the
going
corner.
to. There's no way that a man is going to hear the
Probability.
call and not know what he wants and not participate in a marriage. And I'm gonna say that's the man I want to have kids with. I knew I wasn't gonna never have kids with that man after the first year. Absolutely not. I'm not doing it. Not until you prove to me that you are responsible enough to take care of
You were
things without me.
leveraging.
I'm not
You were
having
pulling
your
levers.
kids.
You wasn't a cooperative woman. You were pulling levers for
I'm
him.
not cooperative. I work with.
I'm telling you,
I
you are
do
not.
not cooperate. I'm not doing
I'm
that.
telling you that I discovered that.
I know.
You're not
And that's
cooperative.
fine by me.
That
I'm
is
not
why
supposed to cooperate. Both of us are supposed to work together. I am not supposed to. I'm not a child. I'm not cooperating.
you were supposed to cooperate with him.
No, I'm not. I'm
you
supposed
were,
to compromise.
You were asking a man to compromise. That's where you went wrong. You looking around, he ain't there.
No, he's not.
He didn't compromise.
The man for me is a man who understands.
See, that's your
compromise
problem.
and not cooperation.
You want a man for me. There ain't this Grey's Anatomy bullshit. We got to get rid of that. There is no man for you. You're supposed to fit. You're supposed to. You think about it. He's an extremely religious man.
Mm-hmm.
You did all that damn research on them pictures and you painted, but you didn't do the research on how to operate with a man that lived by the Bible. That's where you messed up. You should have picked a different guy. You got to understand the guy you chose. He's extremely religious. Those guys don't compromise.
Have to understand that I ask very specific. When I date men, I ask very specific questions that lets me know whether or not that man is trying to be here or whether that man is trying to be
Did you
right
know
beside me.
Did you know he was extremely religious before marriage?
Yeah.
Okay. Those guys are here, and that type of dynamic, those guys are here and you are here.
And that's not gonna work for me.
You didn't read your Bible.
Oh, I read the Bible.
Did you read that?
You do not have to adhere to those things. You do not have to be
God
superior
said
as a man.
you had to. What are
yeah,
you
but
talking
an extremely religious man does have to.
As a man.
You're basically telling God that he wrong. If you read the Bible and it say that, how can you say you ain't supposed to do that?
Because you do not have to believe. You don't have to have a relationship with God and believe that you are superior to me. No one is superior to me. I am a human just like you are.
I get it. I get it what you're saying supposed to do, but he did. He has a relationship with God.
That's okay.
You knew before you got married to him. You read it in the Bible and you still okay, go ahead.
I accept that about him. We just don't have to be married, and I'm okay with that. That is why we are the way we are, and we're good friends.
Okay, so
now.
is it safe to say
great.
that? Is it safe to say that although you knew he was extremely religious before marriage, maybe you dropped the ball because you didn't do the research on how?
I didn't drop any ball. I had an experience in life.
Did he remarry?
I learned from that experience, and I have grown from that experience.
I'm saying, had you known that you knew he was extremely religious before marriage, had you known that there was a divine order, would you have still married him?
I knew that there was a divine order, but that doesn't mean that you're superior to me.
But it means you defer to the authority.
I'm not deferring to. He is not an authority over me.
Okay, is there a possibility that he chose wrong, Darwin?
For sure.
Man, this
Okay,
man is
let's get to
heartbroken.
that. Is there a possibility that he chose wrong? Did he know that you didn't subscribe to divine order before marrying you? Huh?
He knew? I am not. I'm a very upfront person. I don't do all of that.
Hold on, wait. You say you're not an upfront person?
Hold on. I started a teen church at the church. I myself started a teen church in that church where I taught out of that Bible, because I know the Bible.
So you're admitting
I would never teach that.
So you're admitting that you were finessing, you was exploiting the word.
She's not saying that.
I was teaching the word.
You wasn't genuine.
I interpreted
How can you start
it.
a teen church? when you don't even believe
Nope.
in divine order?
You know, I'm just gonna tell you what it looks like, right? I could be completely off, but I don't think so. It seems as if you wanted him enough to try to conform, right? But you were trying to do something that was outside of your comfort zone, and you tried to force it, right? For you to take it to go ahead and start teaching groups and everything else. That's dedication. So he was
He thought you
under
lied.
the impression that you would conform to what he was going to do. So that's why I would say in this particular situation, he probably wasn't as wrong because he thought you would be able to conform and you probably agreed to it, right? But now you couldn't do it and you're human and I get it. But you're supposed to know yourself before anything, right? And I always tell people the worst thing that you can do in a relationship is to compromise. It's never good to be compromised. Don't like it, I apologize. It is what it is. You don't compromise. You go in the relationship as yourself. And if that matches up with whatever it is, then cool, right? And it is required for you to go under someone's leadership and understand and trust what they do. But they have to be going on a path that works for your life, that you know you can do that potentially for a lifetime. If not, it's unsustainable and you're bound to fail.
Now that I do agree with, and I will take accountability for that, because here's the thing. I grew up in the church. The Bible is easy for me, right? I didn't say nothing about I don't believe in Jesus. I didn't say nothing about I don't believe in the Bible. I didn't say none of that. I said I don't like church. But here's where I
You
will
don't
take the
like order
accountability.
either.
Hold on, she's about to be accountable. Hold up.
I knew that he was extremely religious, right? But I grew up in the church. It's something that I'm familiar with. So I thought that was, I'm like, I could just go. It's fine. I grew up like that. It's cool. Like, I'm going to the church. I was extremely involved. I did so many things. I was in the church. Fine by me. Sang in the choir, all of the things, whatever.
Wow.
And
Okay, I get it.
I just could not. I just
I have a question.
I get it.
So were you like cosplaying the whole time?
I was not.
No, she wasn't. Oh my God.
I was not. I was not. What
Hey,
don't
go
y'all
ahead,
get
Sweeney. Go
about?
ahead, Sweeney.
It's
Go
the
ahead, Sweeney.
church. It is the
Sweeney seem real
building.
frustrated. Go ahead.
It's the pastor hollering, hooping and hollering and spitting and all over the place. I am cool with Jesus. I am cool with the Bible, but I don't like church.
Well,
Church.
the thing about it is,
Oh my God.
church is not the only thing associated with living with a man who's religious or having any biblical order.
No, but
Because
that's
people
big for
who
him. That
believe
was
in the
big for him.
Lord, they don't even go to church, huh?
I know, but that was big. Church was big for him. That was a big thing for him.
But it was also how you got to understand a lot of the stuff that he believed in translated into the household too. That's where y'all. That's what I'm trying to get you to.
No. So here's what I gathered, right? Because you did ask her a really good question, Bruiser. You asked her if she knew all of this, how is it that they wind up getting married? And what I gathered is during their relationship process prior to marriage, she actually did do a lot of things on the surface that would look like this would be like he was extremely religious, but on the surface she was doing a lot of things that would make him believe that he was going to get a woman of God that was also going to fall in, that was going to not only
no,
follow.
that wasn't surface. I was really doing that.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well,
it wasn't surface.
But yeah, like you would. Okay, that makes my point even stronger. So you were giving him straight up signs that he was gonna have a woman of God that was gonna follow underneath his leadership. You said you couldn't stay in the church when you was growing up, and yet you was in the church with him. You done participated in the Bible studies. You done got the youth thing going. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean, and all of that. And in his mind, he was like, okay, yeah, this is a wife. Mm-hmm. And when he got married to you, what you found out was that this isn't just his religion, his faith in God and his religion and him being moving by, by divine order wasn't just about the church. It was also how he moved in life. And what you realized was like, damn, that's not me. So you found out that you weren't a wife.
She
For
wanted
a reli-
she wanted him to leave
No,
it
no,
at
no,
the
no,
I have a
no.
door.
question. Wait, hold on.
So go ahead.
For
Or
I
is it
didn't finish,
because
but
did you feel that he wasn't depositing into your emotional bank in the ways that you wanted? Like he was talking earlier about how men have an expectation for them to consistently receive deposits, but women don't get those deposits in return. So is the problem that you weren't getting the deposits from him? Because you were doing the church thing, that is your
Yeah.
deposit, but you felt like it wasn't reciprocal?
He didn't do
Is that what you're
anything.
saying?
Yeah. Like after we got married, complete like
He was locked in. He was locked in on his purpose, wasn't he?
He was what?
He was locked in on his purpose.
Whatever that was. No. He was oh, it's so complicated.
It doesn't
But
feel like it is though.
You're
he
saying
took his ass. He went
after
to.
you guys
Oh,
got
go ahead,
married.
Key. Hold on, Keith saying
So
something, y'all.
did he pull, like, because we were talking earlier about people presenting as one thing. Actually, you were talking about this, how you can't, and I agree with that. You can't. We deal with a lot, and I keep saying this generation because it's true, but people manipulate. They do what needs to be done to get what they need to get, and then once they have it, then that facade disappears. So
But
you
he
can't
wasn't
actually
manipulative though.
So what are you
But
saying
he
that
wasn't
Bohemian
manipulative.
manipulated him? Is that what you're saying? Bohemian manipulated him?
Well,
when
he
No, it
manipulated
wasn't.
her.
She didn't manipulate.
Oh, you said he
I don't think
manipulated
anyone. I don't
her.
think anybody manipulated anyone.
It
Yeah,
I
wasn't
don't
a
think anyone
it wasn't
manipulation.
manipulated anyone.
I wouldn't call it
Yeah.
manipulation.
It wasn't a
I
You
think
think he was wearing
manipulation.
a mask?
No,
I don't
no.
think that it's manipulation. I think that I think that it's something that a lot of people do. Many people do the things to get the person. Then once they got them, gloves off, time to be me. And so I
Mm.
once I got married, I didn't start. We weren't dating, and I started this teen church, and I was really involved. No, I would visit his church. I would go every once in a while. But when we got married, I joined the church, and that's when things went up for me. I did more because I was led to do more. I don't regret none of that. I love my kids. And I still keep in contact with them right now today.
She's talking
But
about the
I
church
did
kids, Bruce.
everything that I did, I was doing more of. We waited till marriage. We didn't live together till marriage. We did all of the things, right? I followed his leadership. And so I followed these things. He wanted to wait till marriage. He wanted to do Bible study between the both of us. He wanted all of these things. And I followed this man. Because I was at the time, very submissive,
You weren't
extremely.
cooperative though.
And then,
I'm saying that's what you said.
hold on, follow me. Extremely submissive, following his lead.
Really?
I followed that man to hell because here's the thing.
No,
I
you
did
didn't.
all of the things. I put in all of the work. I did the things. And as soon as we got married, and I'm still doing the things. I'm meeting him at the door. Hey, I'm excited. Hugs, all of that. He got some special every day. He got home from work. You know what I'm saying? Like I did these things. And at the end of that first year, and I was in the room while he was doing his artist thing, begging him to come and pay me some attention before the first year ended. All right. Now I am no longer cooperative.
He
Now
was
I am no
locked
longer
in on
submissive
his
because
purpose.
you're not giving me anything. You're
He
giving me
was
nothing.
this happens. He was locked in on his purpose. He did that. He tried to do everything right according to his religion, not shack up with you, not sleep with you, not do all of that stuff. You gave him the impression that you were buying into his order because you did everything. You even aligned with the task outside of the house. But when it came to inside of the house, which you didn't know until y'all were married, because that's when you got a chance to cohabitate. Had you had the chance to cohabitate before that, and it would have been a hypocrisy on his religion, and then you would have been able to see him for what he truly was. So that's the part about it.
Which I would argue.
I think where you drop the ball at is y'all didn't ask each other enough questions about y'all expectations on how y'all were operating in the marriage in the future.
No.
Because had he would have
This
said
person
that,
right here asks specific questions because I know myself. I know exactly who I am. And so I know exactly who I need to be with. And I ask specific questions, very specific questions, because I know what I need. I can tell you everything about me. I can tell you all of the things that are horrible about me and all of the things that are really great about me. There is not one thing I do not know about myself. So I know I asked those specific questions.
Hold on, wait, Sweeney. If you asked some significant enough questions up until the point where you okay with marriage, are you saying that he deviated or he lied or he didn't keep his word? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So what question did you specifically answer that he gave you the green light on, or he gave you assurance or ease of mind on, that he deviated from after he married you?
There's a lot of them.
Could you just give me one that's the most significant, or the top 3 or some shit?
Not crickets.
Financial more than anything. I ask a lot of financial questions.
What's one question?
I asked him more than anything about joint bank accounts, how we're going to pay bills, how things are going to run, because that was the most important for me. Because if you're talking about spending the rest of your life with someone, that and financials is the first thing, like the number one thing that people say marriages fail off of. That's what I wanted to know first. So I'm trying to figure out how this thing is going to go. So I asked specific financial questions, bank accounts, life insurance, all of those things, the things that I just told you before. I'm asking specific questions. Are we doing joint bank accounts? Yes. Okay, great. Are we getting life insurance together? Yes. Cool. Who is going to pay the bills? Let's split the bills right now. Who's going to pay what? Are you going to pay all of them? Am I going to pay some of them? What are we doing? So we got that together, split that up. And almost all of that completely failed.
It feels like you were taking his role.
Okay.
Like nothing happened. No joint bank accounts. I didn't even know how many bank accounts that man had. Okay. So
he wasn't. He found that in the discovery, though.
He was dishonest. He was dishonest to you. Is that you're basically saying he was dishonest?
I think that he was dishonest with himself and not me. I think that he wanted to tell me what I wanted to hear. I think that he thought he could deliver. I think that he thought he wanted to do that. But the thing is that he doesn't have a whole lot of follow through, or he didn't. I don't know what he does now.
But then Key is right. He was right. He manipulated.
No, I don't think that that's manipulation.
What?
No, manipulation.
Not really.
The only reason because manipulation is usually
I think we're going too hard. I think it was poor vetting, right?
No, she said she asked all of the questions.
No. Because if she said, listen, remember what Bo opened with. She said that she was extremely uncomfortable in church, and to pair yourself with a person who was hyper religious is absurd. Straight up, and on both ends.
But she said she was extremely submissive. What is a woman supposed to do if we as men come on here day in, day out?
But I didn't believe that part. I didn't believe that part. Did you believe that part? Bro, I didn't believe that part. Did you believe that part?
Marriage.
So you didn't believe that?
My marriage.
That she was extremely submissive. Shit, no.
My marriage taught me to stop following and to stop submitting. That is why I know I need a partnership. I can't do that. I'm not going to submit to another person's authority because all too often that fails for me. That's for me. Whatever you all want for you is perfectly fine. But me, I need a partner. I need someone that is going to that is going to compromise, that is going to talk things out with me.
Do you regret?
We
Right.
make these decisions together, parallel.
Do you regret being
Well,
extremely submissive?
Ann got a question, y'all. Ann got a question.
You don't?
I don't regret anything I've ever done. No, I don't. It was a lesson I learned.
I'm gonna let Ann go. I'm gonna get back to you about that one.
This is more of a general question, but from the men's perspective, because this is how I'm reading it, and this isn't you. I think this is very common. It sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't trust him enough. You didn't feel safe enough for him to provide and to really guide and lead. The questioning could almost come off as, I don't trust your capacity to follow through. And I wonder if he felt almost like you were challenging, or he read partnership as more of, I don't trust you enough to be the man to guide. Is that?
I didn't do partnership back then. No.
Okay.
I didn't. That my marriage taught me what I needed out of my next mate, and that's partnership. That's what I learned about myself through that marriage.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I wanted to ask.
Basically, so
Right. Go ahead.
Basically, what I gather from it is, in all seriousness, I think he was exactly who he said he was. I think you might have asked him some questions while he was watching the game, reading his Bible, and he was like, "Baby, you know we're gonna get them joint accounts, joint bank accounts when we get married, right?" He was like, "Yeah, baby, you know what I mean? Yeah, the Bears scored." And then next thing you know, y'all married. You're like, "Baby, about them bank accounts." You're like, "Bank accounts, joint bank accounts." What we talking about?
Oh no, man, we can't do that. We take
you know what?
accountability off of the man.
I wanted to get back. I wanted to get back with something, because the problem is, Bo, you mentioned something pretty important. You said your next relationship you want to partnership, right? Now, I often refer to women and put analogies together for them to be like cars. I'm going to do that with men this time. Pause. So let's just say you order a sports car, right? It's going to handle some. Oh, actually, I'm gonna do me that. All right, Sweeney, I'm gonna get you back, bro. So, let's say you went and got yourself a sports car. It's gonna be fast as hell. That's what you want, right? It might come in a fly ass color. It might have big rims on it, all that. But you probably can't throw nobody in the back seat. It's not going to have no trunk space. It's going to be bad on gas. That's just how they come. It's almost, you can try to be as practical as you want, but at some point you're going to have to make some concessions. I say that to say this partner person, men who think like that are generally weaker, are generally less accomplished, right? That's just not something that the men who run the world, the men who do shit, they're not really trying to partner up with the woman. And quite frankly, it will disgust men like that. So if you're willing to deal with the man who will partner with you and refer to you as a partner and treat you as a partner, you got to understand that you're probably going to go down a little bit on that masculinity. That's just how it generally goes. Right.
Okay,
there are, of course, your outliers, right? And your miracle.
Okay with that, Trev.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Then you're gonna be winning. Because you can find it. I'm not gonna say that there ain't dudes like that. There are absolutely dudes who will compromise and all that. If you're willing to go down, you could there's some men who gonna let you run it, dom them up, whatever you want. But you just gotta understand that the more control you end up having, the more input, the more say, all likelihood he's going to be weaker.
That's subjective, but I'm okay with it.
The only thing I'm disconnected with is
she should be able to find a dude that's going to give us some say in a relationship in spades. That's most men today.
I'm still think he was right. I hate to say it. I think the dude manipulated you.
No, he didn't, man.
Well, look, the reason why you tried to absolve him, saying he was watching fucking Tiger Woods
I
and
was
shit.
joking, man.
That's what I'm saying. So you were joking. I'm being serious.
A real conversation that she didn't have, because I was going to ask her, the real question that she didn't ask was, hey, when it comes down to it, and I need a bank account open, are you not the bank account? And I want to and I need my feet rubbed tonight. And you up in there working on your music. What comes first, the music or my foot rub? And that comment, you never asked him that question because he would have told you.
Gotta ask that.
Huh? You said he was an artist, right?
Yeah.
Like a musician? Like painting? Oh yeah. So you asked him like, all right, you up in that painting and I need my feet rubbed. Are you gonna come up here and rub my feet? And he would have told you, woman, I'm in here painting. I'll be up in there later. That was like, and then like as far as like the financial conversation, I think I don't necessarily believe that he manipulated you. Because I don't necessarily believe that he agreed with all of that.
She just told you he did.
The reason why I say that is because she already said that she showed up submissive.
After.
But
there are certain things that you just have to know. Like as a person, as a working person, I need to know what the breakdown financially of our relationship is going to be. And so you have to have those conversations.
And she had them.
No, he told you. So there was things. So you had bills that you had to pay, and he had bills that he had to pay, right? And you had them. You had those bills coming out of your bank account, and he had whatever bills he was paying out of his bank account. Y'all had that discussion, and y'all was doing that. Did a point ever occur where the money in his bank account did not suffice for the bills he agreed to pay?
Did the money in his bank account not?
Yeah, did he come up short and he wasn't able to pay? Not like every like a month or so, like maybe a month, and then it was like he was fairly consistent in this account, right? And you was fairly consistent in your account, right? He told you exactly what he was gonna do. This is your bills. These are my bills. This is what you're gonna do.
Not like that. It wasn't like that. No, it wasn't.
It
wasn't. These are your bills. These are my bills. It was. What is the breakdown?
I'm just saying, like,
bills?
what I mean by that is, like, when you say these are your bills, hey, look, you're gonna pay the light bill, you're gonna pay the.
You mean this is your responsibility?
This is your
yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, he told you, like, all right, this is what you're gonna do. I'm gonna do this over here. Y'all discussed that, and you said he was fairly consistent on his end.
Now that was consistent, yeah.
But that wasn't the issue that I was talking about.
I was about to get to that. If the only thing that came into play, right, was you asked about some joint bank accounts and wanted to be, so you said that you had to know about the joint bank accounts. He didn't talk to you about the buying of the house and something about some insurance. If I had done, but if I outside looking in, listening to your story, y'all definitely talked about the house because you found out that he wasn't really sold on buying a house. You just decided to buy one anyway because you wanted one.
No. So surrounding that, I was basically, we stayed in my grandparents' condo for a number of years, right? We were supposed to buy that condo, but can I cuss? I'm sorry. But he procrastinated for so long on that the property value skyrocketed. And there was no way that my grandfather could justify selling it to us for what he was going to sell it to us for. So we didn't have a choice but to move because he was selling the condo.
Fair enough.
Because he wanted to come from up under, he wanted his name off the condo. We were supposed to buy it. The property value doubled. And there was no way that he would be able to get the price he wanted to give it to us for past the HOA. So to solve that problem, he was like, don't worry about it. Here's some money. Go look for a house, buy you a house. Cool. So I'm trying to find a house. Trying to find a house. There is no cooperation on his end. He's not involved. He don't want to do it. He don't want to none of that. But where are we going? Are we getting an apartment, or are we going to go on ahead and take this money to buy this house?
Right. Okay. So he didn't want to be involved.
What did he say to that?
Wait. He didn't want to be involved in the process. That's what you said, right?
Right.
Did he oppose your process?
No, he wasn't saying don't do it. He just was not in the process. I went to the showings by myself. I found the houses by myself. I did everything by myself.
Fair
What
enough.
about the communication about it? Did you guys communicate about what he wanted and what he did?
He didn't care.
I tried to, hey, what do you think about this?
No,
What do you
listen
want
to
in the
her. Let us
house?
tell it,
He
Swing.
knew nothing. He
Well,
knew
y'all
nothing.
funny.
He gave zero input, right?
I'm telling you, he didn't care. He said, "Hey, look." That's why I'm asking it. Like,
But
that's why
got
I asked the
mad when I
question.
bought the house.
Oh God. All right.
Well,
There we
You
go.
see what I'm saying?
There we
Where
go. Now
I
we
didn't
got
get
to
a
the
say
nitty
over
gritty.
this. You did.
the
You just
communication
didn't say.
I'm talking
That's where
about.
the rubber meets the road at. That's what I was trying to get to. If he like, where was the point of contention at? Now I understand your frustration because if you telling me you the whole entire time you didn't want to be involved in the process, you in my eyes, it's like okay, you telling me to do me, and then the moment I do it, then you tell me where was my input at. I can understand your frustration.
How was his credit?
What?
His
Oh,
credit. How was his credit?
his credit was fine. Both of our credits were fine.
I'm
No,
just
the
trying to,
credit the credit wasn't.
I'm just trying
Oh
to
yeah, the
figure out
credit
like
wasn't
why
an issue.
wouldn't he want to pull the trigger with getting a house?
No, it wasn't that he didn't want to pull the trigger. He didn't want to be involved in the process. He let her do the whole process. He didn't want no parts of it until she actually pulled the trigger. And then when he saw the end result, now he has a bunch of stuff to say about the house. When she was like, the whole entire time, you never went out to look at houses with me. You never went out there to go through the showings. You never did any of this. You never went through the financing with me. You let me do it all on my own. And once I finally do it, because I guarantee you, let me ask you a question, Bo. If he was happy with your choice, would you have been mad?
Would I have been mad? No.
Yeah. There you have it.
If you would have never bought the house, would you have been mad? If you was in an apartment?
I would have been. I definitely would have been upset.
So it didn't matter. So long as you got what you wanted, you got the house you wanted.
No, it wasn't. It was as long as something practical came out of it. Because buying a house in that moment was practical. That's just what it was. Because the housing market was so good then. I bought this house for under $100,000.
I understand.
Bruiser, the issue is y'all are missing the problem. The problem wasn't the
I didn't
buying
miss none of the problems.
No, the problem wasn't the buying of the house. She said, that's why I asked her that question. Had he been happy with the result, he said, all right, cool. This is the house you bought. We there. We done with that. She would have been cool with the decision. It was because he started contending with her decision after she had already pulled the trigger.
I already understand that, but there is
nothing else.
No, for you, it's nothing else. But for me specifically, I'm not gonna tell my wife we're gonna have a joint account prior to marriage.
Oh my fucking
when
God.
she's making it clear to me that that's important. That's an important factor for her to marry me. And then I get married and don't fucking have a joint account. That's manipulation, bro. I don't care which way you.
I don't even think that would have been grounds for their relationship falling apart.
It ain't got to be grounds for you. She stated that was important to her.
No, she stated that one of the things that she felt was really triggering.
Okay,
was the
well, am I making this shit up, Boheen? Did you not say having a joint account was an important factor? That was a serious question. When I asked you to give me examples of a
They went through
significant.
3 years without a joint account. It wasn't.
I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just getting the information she giving me.
No, what I'm trying to explain to you, bro. The straw that broke the camel's back was the house. When he sat there and was like, I don't like the fact that you did. He started having contention about the house. That's her whole point, is that she was upset that he didn't want to do anything with her. But then at the end of it, when she finally made a decision on her own, because he wasn't a part of the process, then he had shit to say about the process. That's her point of contention. They went several years without a joint account and she was submissive the whole first year. It was until they had to pull the trigger on something. If you think about it, the first thing was they were supposed to buy her grandfather's house. That was the first thing. He drug his feet on it. They was forced out the house. Then the entire time during the buying process of the house, he was hands off. He didn't want to be a part of it.
I understand that. You're going to walk me through the whole process. I understand that. My question to Boheen is,
you're trying to make it a manipulation thing. It's not that.
My question to you, Boheen, is was the joint account thing that you said that was an issue for you before you got married? After you got married, was that an issue up until the time that you bought the house?
So
Did you say it was an issue after y'all got the house?
after the fact, it was an issue, but it was just something that I kind of dealt with. I just dealt with it.
But even though you
because
dealt
it
with,
was
I get it. Even though you dealt with it, it was a problem for you, right?
yeah, it was still a problem
That's
for me.
all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it was the
Would you
main
have divorced
factor.
because y'all had separate accounts?
Huh?
Would you have divorced him if the only issue y'all had was separate accounts?
We're not. Listen, I'm not saying that was the
Would you
catalyst.
Would you have
I'm not
divorced?
saying that was the main reason for y'all to divorce.
Let's say y'all had joint accounts, and that issue with the house still popped up. Would you have divorced him over that?
Well, that's not the reason why I divorced him, but that's the reason why we started growing apart. So
That's all I'm saying. When I'm telling you, there's a number of things. She's only giving us bits and pieces, the significant part. But
that's
if you
why I
look
say
at the
like the
collective,
relationship is
if you look
really
at everything
okay.
collectively, you do see that a man wasn't a man of his word.
No, I'm telling you that the collective part was
Travis,
that
you need to be right with the gentleman.
I'm
Man.
telling you that the collective part was the fact that he did not want to be in. She wanted to have a joint mind on things, and then the problem with her was
comments, but y'all want us to follow y'all.
When she did her thing, he had an issue with it, and she said that was the catalyst for things to go downhill. They didn't have joint accounts the whole entire time of the marriage, but when she ran it to that point where he decided that he had something to say about the choice that she made after he was hands off, that was the downfall.
Listen, again, Sweeney, I wasn't talking about the main downfall that caused
keep it
the
going.
main
Don't worry about it.
catalyst.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. I wasn't talking about the catalyst that caused the marriage to fail.
Yeah, he was just making a point
I tend to
about
focus on all of the things that can impact it.
yeah.
And then you gotta Kamehameha blow that really destroy everything.
But no,
you gotta
I'ma
understand
tell
when you
you-
get into marriage, you begin to tolerate a lot of shit. And
I
then
don't know. What I'm trying to tell you is that you're saying that she was manipulated. There was no manipulation. He was who he was. She was who she was. They both discovered.
I get it. We can agree to disagree. Let's just agree to disagree. Me personally,
please do.
Me personally, if I give you my word before marriage that I'm gonna operate
shit out of
XYZ and these things are gonna be set in place for us, and I don't do them after we get married, that's manipulation in my book. Me personally. Everybody else don't see that as manipulation.
What does manipulation mean to you?
Manipulation means
not you. I want to know what does manipulation mean?
I would say personally to me, manipulation would be if you tell somebody something to get a desired result and then renege on it the moment you get the result that you want. I don't believe that he was lying to her to get her to marry him, to get her to do what she wanted him to do. And then one day he just switched up and was like, all right, now I'm no longer doing that shit for you. I do believe that he may have genuinely thought that they were going to be able to work on certain things, the joint account. I believe that when they talked about the joint accounts and all of that, I think once they decided what they were going to do financially with the money, it was really on the back burner. Even though to her, she may have still felt like, I still want that joint account. They were able to move okay without it. They assigned each other's jobs or whatever they needed to do. So she was able to move and be okay without it the same way where it was no longer an issue for him. I think, but once you started seeing things that popped up like him being hands off with the home, and that part of him came out of him. And he was like, I don't know why he didn't want to be involved in the process. Could be a number of things.
Well, I think Bo mentioned that she didn't want to be part of it, bro. Yeah, you're gonna get interrupted. Y'all been going about this shit for fucking 20 minutes.
I'm not talking about how she felt. I'm saying if I don't know why he may not have want to be a part of the process. Maybe he really wanted.
That's what I was talking about, Sweeney. I was telling you because I remember her mentioning that he didn't want to get the house. So that's why he would protest.
Well, he didn't like it was never like this definite no, let's not, because if he said no, I don't want to do that right now. Okay, cool, let's have a conversation. Why not? It was never this definitive I don't want to. It was very it was just like nothing.
He had a do you attitude. He didn't want to be involved in the process. And if I'm thinking from his perspective, right? if I'm thinking from his perspective, they had a house that they was going to get a steal on. He drug his feet on it. They couldn't get the house that they couldn't get the condo that he was supposed to get a steal on. He probably wasn't really in the mind. He probably didn't really feel like going house shopping. He didn't want to be a part of that process. So he was more like, every time she came to him, was like, babe, I'm about to go do this. He was like, all right, you coming with me? No, I'm good. And then when she bought the house and she pulled the trigger, and now they going to unlock the door, now you're looking in there like, how much we paying on this house? How much is this? How many bedrooms is it? Did we really have to get those floors? Are you sure this is the only? And this was after she pulled the trigger on it. That's what I'm thinking happened, is that he was very nonchalant about the house because he probably wasn't really interested in buying a house. He didn't really care. But because they had to leave, because grandfather said they gotta go, she was the one that was trying to involve him in the process, and he was very aloof about it until she pulled the trigger. And now you got an opinion. And I can understand any woman that will be pissed off about that.
So 3 things. He wasn't assertive. He wasn't a man of his word. He was indecisive. Those are the 3 key things I got from him. Aside from things I mentioned about you. So I already held you account, or I already pulled out the things that you did wrong. I was just looking into the information you were saying, and I discovered he wasn't a man. Being a man of your word, man, is one of the most important things I harp on. I don't care. Like, you have to be a man of your word. There's no way you can be trusted if you can't keep your word.
Did you have to buy the house with your own money, or was it both of y'all money?
Oh, no. So it was, I guess it was sort of mine. It was out of my inheritance. So my grandfather gave it to me.
And he really had the audacity.
Like free and clear.
That's somebody, that's hard. It's hard to
all
deal
the
with
things.
somebody that like that. If I gotta use first, you giving me the green light to go buy it, and then you don't even pay for it, and then you got the audacity to bitch at me because I bought it with my own inheritance.
Well, why wouldn't she? It'd be damn near foolish not to. That's a windfall.
Yeah. So
I'm just saying it's hard to deal with somebody who's gonna push back on you when they didn't give you no energy on helping you with the process.
That's why she would have been pissed off if he did. If she bought the house with his money, he came in and gave a pushback. Because why would you sit there and let me do all of this by myself and then shit on it after I'm done? Anybody would be pissed off about that.
But the thing that broke everything was because of the house, right? Everything involving the house. And because it's very, and I might have an easier time now, but a man coming into a situation with me, I've always been an extremely well taken care of person. My grandfather made sure I got everything. And so men have always been intimidated by the fact that my grandfather got every car I ever owned, this house, like if I needed it, my business, everything, if I needed it, that man was right there. Check in hand, how much you need.
He
And so
never
men
provided
get
a house
very
for you ever.
intimidated by a woman who has been well taken care of by her father or father figure. And so he was very like, oh, I can't do all of that. I'm not asking you to do all of that, right? Men think that they have to meet that standard. That man made a lot of money in his lifetime. You cannot. You're not going to. Not hardly. The average man is not going to touch the amount of money that my grandfather was giving me. So men felt intimidated. And he always used to throw that in my face. Well, I can't do all of that. And you want me? I don't want you to do none of that. I want you to work with me so that we can
That's
figure
why he
this
was
out
hands off about
together.
the house.
And
That's why he was hands off about the house. It's because it was your money.
Yep. So
Trev, didn't you catch that cue in the beginning when she said my money? Both of our eyes lit up.
And so here's the thing. I don't ever want you all to get it messed up that I ever throw anything in anyone's face. I never be like, this mine. I did this. I do that now because I'm sitting in it by myself. If I am with a man, there's absolutely no way. It is unrealistic to think that the average man, because I married him knowing how much money he made. It's unrealistic to think that an average man can do the things that my grandfather did for me. So there's absolutely zero way that I'm going to make a man feel like you have to do that for me. It's unrealistic. I would
So,
never expect that.
so this is what I do want you to understand, Bo. And I wish I would have talked to y'all before y'all actually got y'all divorced, because I don't think y'all necessarily needed a divorce over this. If I was able to tell you, and actually I think you already understand this now, that the reason why he may have been so aloof from the process was because it wasn't his money in the process, that maybe he didn't want to participate in how you move with your money, especially your money from your grandfather.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I told you, like, and I could kind of see why he didn't want to be a part of the process. But could you see why at maybe the end result, when he actually started to see the reality of where he was going to live and all that, how he may have been like, well, all right, let me ask you a question. What was his issue with the house?
So it's more than anything. He didn't want it to be in the part of town that it was in. He wanted to be in a completely different part of town. And then I don't think that there was necessarily a particular problem, but so much that he was complaining that he didn't have any input in it. But he had opportunity for input. But I don't know, and that was the frustration. What would you have liked for me to do? Because the only option that I had was to just not buy the house.
You know what you could have done?
He was put up in a tough spot because it makes sense to buy the house, but the fact that he couldn't be a part of it was just.
Both of us were in a very tough position in that. So, like, in hindsight, I see it from both sides. That's why I'm not like, we're good.
He was your bitch the whole time, basically.
That's how he felt. I don't make people feel like that.
I'm gonna tell you right now, every man looking on the outside would have thought he was that. And
No, they
then,
wouldn't.
not on top of that, the moment you told me that you made your submission conditional, I mean, when you took that, I became unsubmissive and uncooperative, and I don't like I would have told him to run for the hills.
But that wasn't what happened though, bro. That was after everything hit the fan. But before that, she gave him the opportunity to be involved. Now, my question would be, how exactly did you illustrate that to him? Because there's a way that you can say, you can put the ball in his court and be like, hey, look, I really want, can you, you know what I mean? Where you ask him to make decisions for you. And then there's I'm telling you where we're going type of mentality.
I don't tell nobody nothing. So the same way I want people to consult with me and talk to me about the process of whatever we're doing. That is the same thing that I do for other people. I am not like, I get it. You all hear me speak and you all think that I'm this like super aggressive, assertive person. I'm truly, with my partner, I'm talking it over with you. I need your input. I want to know how you feel about this, because I cannot make a decision if you don't feel good about it.
Ma'am, you were the man
same way
in
I
the
want
relationship.
you. Huh?
You were masculine in this situation.
I was not.
You were buying houses. You were very masculine. You had a lot of masculinity with you.
I don't have any masculinity. What I have is drive, and I initiate. I do the things. I'm a self-starter. If things need to be done, I just do it. That is not masculine.
That is a
That is the
man.
trait of a person who is grown and is just taking care of business.
A feminine woman is reserved. She's not driving.
What did you expect her to do?
What did I expect her to do?
Yeah, what did you expect her to do?
To maintain her character.
What does that look like? What does that look like in a situation? Now, let me paint the picture for you. They can't stay there anymore. The house is about to go. He's selling the house. They got to move. He gave her the windfall to buy a new house. He said, here's your inheritance. Go buy a house. What did you expect her to do?
Consult with her husband. And what did he say?
He did that.
What she did.
He told you to go buy the house, right?
He told
What
her,
did I-
go
He
do
didn't.
you.
He just was like,
I would have never told. I would have
me.
never went and bought that house. I would have told you not to go buy that house. If he's
So
doing
that's
all
okay.
this and reluctant and shit, no. You make him get off his ass. You let him get off his ass and be a damn man and go do that shit. You shouldn't be out here running the streets looking for a damn house. That's a very masculine thing to do. That is not your position. As a man who's supposed to be a religious man, a provider, he wasn't even living.
Well, if she couldn't get him to do that, then at that point, what should she have to do, Dara?
That's woefully
She's supposed to
irresponsible.
relax in her femininity and wait.
Right, but they don't have a place to live.
They don't have a place to live.
It does not matter. It does not matter. He's supposed to. She's supposed to relax.
real life, bro.
Yeah, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
What we
He's
doing is
supposed to
leaking
act-
up there in the
He's
tent
supposed
on
to.
the
If
street.
you wait long enough, he'll activate. You
That's
didn't
not,
wait.
that's not how life works.
That is not.
You didn't
how
ask me how life works. You asked
I'm
me
telling
what
you,
was
in
she.
real life, that would have been bad.
You didn't
for
ask
her.
me that. You asked me what was she supposed to do, and I told you what she's supposed to do. He's supposed to activate and become assertive. He's supposed to grow some balls and go out there and do what the hell he's supposed to do.
And while his
If you
balls
would
is
have came to me,
growing,
I
I'm
would have
supposed
told
to
you
be
not to do
homeless?
none of that shit.
And
So
I would
while
have
his
told
balls
you.
is
I would
growing
have told you to wait in your femininity.
And if they wound up on
and
the
be
streets,
homeless.
And if they wind up on
You
the
guys
street,
feel about that,
then you
Trev
provide.
and Key? How you guys feel about what was just said?
nobody's going into the damn street just because a motherfucker don't want to pull the
She
trigger.
ain't gotta go in the street.
Hold on,
She
y'all.
gotta
Hold on,
agree.
y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Goddamn.
I want to hear what Trev and Key got to say about it.
About which part of it? Where she just
About what
about him not wanting to be part of the house,
about what she was supposed to
wanting
do at that point. Should she have waited her and rested in her femininity and wait for him to get off his ass, or are you guys okay with her taking initiative at that point?
All right, so y'all had a conversation about it prior to it, right? Like this is what you were gonna do. If he agreed to it, she's already moving forward with it, right? She's gonna stick to her guns and do what it is.
He
So
didn't
at that
agree
point,
with it.
huh?
He didn't agree to it.
I thought she articulated that he
No,
agreed
she
with
said
it.
he did
That he was like half-heartedly. He was half-heartedly there, but he did not disagree.
He didn't
right. That would have been right. So that if he understands that you're pursuing it and he's not actively trying to stop you, then you would expect that person's going to support your decision. So at that point, it's like, all right, go ahead and do it.
You went wrong.
He should have been more assertive. He should have either had the cojones to say, look, we either doing this or we not. But you make the decision as a man. You don't like what the fuck is that? That doesn't really work. That's not communication, right?
So that she had waited.
It's passive. No,
She should have waited.
only because he agreed. Even if it was half-heartedly agreeing, he nevertheless agreed. Once he agreed, you stick to the
saw the
script.
house. He was pissed.
All right, y'all. Let's get Key in there. Key, what are your thoughts about it?
What she said was that when the conversation initiated is that he said, go ahead and do it. He started to withdraw during the process. That's not on her if she takes his word. She asked him, she's already expressed that she's open, communicates clearly, explicitly. So, and that's why we're going to circle back to manipulation. That's why I said it's a manipulation. Manipulation doesn't always have to be in your face, like some type of cartoon thing where it's very exaggerated. They know exactly what they're doing. Sometimes people manipulate and don't even realize they're manipulating. For him to tell her that after she explicitly asked, what are we going to do about the house situation? He says, go ahead with an internal expectation of what she's supposed to do. And then when she does not meet that expectation, i.e. what Dar said, wait, because that's what he really wanted. Now he has resentment. Now he's mad. Now he has an attitude when the deed's done. But on the other hand, she had that issue too. I think they were both doing that to each other because at the beginning she was saying, I was submissive after we got married. That's when I started to align myself with the way that he lives. but she did that not off the strength of just doing it. She did it with an internal expectation of what he was supposed to reciprocate. If that's not clearly communicated, then the other person fails this task that they didn't even know they had. And now she has resentment against him. So they both did it to each other. And it is a manipulation, whether it was overt or not. In this case, I believe it's covert.
Mine was intent. I was arguing an intent. But yeah, I think what intent.
It was a setup. They were setting each
whether
other
it was
up.
intentional or not. I don't think they intentionally.
The core manipulation is when you alter behavior to get a desired outcome, but it's not like you could be authentic but still altering because you have ulterior motive. So and then another aspect of it is there's a power struggle that's not spoken about between the two of them. And a lot of times with couples and things, like these things don't come up like with one situation, or they don't come up explicitly. These things happen. I said this earlier. These things happen gradually. And that's why she's saying it's not one thing. It's not two things. There's several things. And she probably can't even remember all the things. But this started early on where they're both making compromises, but it's not for just the sheer intent of making this other person happy. It is with an expectation that they're going to receive something from this other person, and they don't receive it because this is not talked about. They're both expecting to achieve their own subjective goal. And then when the other person fails, now it doesn't work. Now the relationship fails.
I think honestly though, I think they would have been okay because she did change herself for him. Right. And I mean, I can say that's admirable. You change yourself for him. And I'm willing to bet that she would have stayed that way had it not been, I'm going to keep saying this, I think the house was the catalyst for her to believe like, damn, I did all this, you let me do it, and now you have a problem with it. I think his resentment towards her decision-making was what was the straw that broke the camel back. And I think with that, I think she, Bo, correct me if I'm lying, I think she probably would have been submissive to this day, where she would have rocked with him, even if she made the decision on the house. And he was cool with her decision because she said, we need to buy a house. And he said, do what you want.
She didn't say it earlier, but she's right here. Like you can say for wrong, but earlier you did say that you felt like you became too submissive because he wasn't giving anything back. He was just taking, and then adopted this new persona. Like I'm the leader. You know, I don't have to answer to you. You answer to me, and I do what I want.
I don't think that I was too submissive. I just knew that I just know that I was. And him making the decisions on his own was just a green light for me.
I forgot about that part. I forgot about that part.
Yeah. So, him making decisions, buying equipment, doing all of the things, making all of these different decisions without me just set the precedent for me, because for me, when things just have to get done, they just have to get done. If I need something, I just need something.
Real quick.
And so generally,
real quick, did all those decisions he start to make happen before or after y'all bought the house?
After the house. Tit for tat.
Before.
Oh, before.
Huh.
See?
Before. So that's what I'm saying, like this precedent that was set. I tend to observe, and so if you are making decisions without consulting me, that is how I'm assuming this relationship works. Now, if I am having conversations with you before I do anything, but you are not doing that for me, I am assuming that that's how this relationship works. However, when it came to this thing right here, absolutely not. There is absolutely no way that I would ever make a decision on my own without consulting with my partner, because you have to live here.
Did he put up a fight?
It is disrespectful to go and buy a piece of property where someone has to live without consulting them. So I did not do that. Yeah. But I'm a business owner. My grandfather taught me how to how to take care of myself. My mother taught me how to take care of myself. So I am well capable of making all of these decisions. However, I will never do that to my partner. So I had these conversations with him.
Quick
Did he
question.
I
put up a,
looped him
did he
in.
put up a
Quick
fight?
question.
Did he put up a fight when you filed?
No,
I got a quick
he was
question.
already checked out.
During the decision process,
You know
right?
what? By me knowing that, I think that he might and blatantly was behaving like this. So that you sort of to the lady's point who left, she thought maybe he was what is it called? Sabotage?
Self-sabotaging.
He may have been checked. Like if you saying he may have been checked out long before, he may have been behaving like this. I gotta get out of this.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna make this woman's life
after
a
the house
living.
thing happened,
How many
after the
years was
house
y'all in after
thing,
the house before the house?
huh?
How many years were y'all together before you bought the house?
3 years.
Yeah, y'all divorced in y'all 4th year, right?
I moved out after our 4th year, and then I filed.
So I'm willing to bet.
Both
Right?
of you? I mean, did you guys want to get? Did he want to get married?
Yeah.
But you got to remember, like they went. All right. So I do have a question. So during these decisions that you were making, right? When you consult, you said you consulted them on every decision that you made, right?
Initially,
Nope,
yes.
not that car.
Hold on, wait.
Oh
Initially,
yeah, no.
how often did he get upset with the decision that you made after you made the decision?
Before the house?
Before the house?
Oh, never. I'm telling you. So the house thing was the thing. It wasn't me buying the house. It was the insecurity surrounding where the money came from for the house.
Yeah.
I know.
The renovation,
know.
where the money came from for the renovations for the house, where the money came from for, all of the things from the house, because I had an inheritance to pull from. So that was the thing. And my grandfather made sure we were straight.
Did his
All
friends
of
talk
us.
shit about him? Say, man, how you gonna let your woman put you in the house?
No, never.
You didn't hear.
No, that never happened. My grandfather was not that type of person.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm be honest with you. If it was me, I'd be embarrassed to go to the barbershop or LA Fitness and be like, yeah, my wife just bought.
Ain't nobody gonna
he will
talk
never
to-
do that.
Hold on, let me finish. I live with I live in my wife's grandmother's my wife granddad house. And then after we moved out of there, she bought a house with her and her. No. No.
That's ego, bro. That's
no,
ego.
sir.
That's just straight ego, because ain't no way you gonna be.
Damn right.
Nobody will sit there and look at you crazy if your wife got an inheritance.
I think
property off of that.
I think
That's
you know
just
what, sweetie, you right. It
tripping,
is
bro.
ego, but I think that there's a large portion of men who would share that sentiment and be like, you know what? Nah, I ain't. It's not something you're just going to disclose like that.
Nobody's
Especially,
gonna sit there. Not one person on this panel would
Depends
be
on
like,
what type
"Chris,
of rooms you in. It depends on what type of rooms you in, bro.
No,
Depends on what type of
there
rooms
is
you
no
in.
room that your wife will buy a house with her inheritance, and she gives you decision making on a house, and you just opt out of the decision making. Now, if she told you what she was gonna do, and you had to just eat it, yes. But if she said, "Hey, look, we got this inheritance money. Hey, babe, what house do you want us to get?" and you go and you pick out the house, ain't nobody gonna sit there and be like, "Man, dog, how you let her grandfather inheritance buy your house?" Nobody will look at that crazy.
First of all, that's a flex in any black community.
Is your
Like,
ex-husband
in the black community,
a public offender? Is your ex-husband
It was an inheritance?
Is your ex-husband public offender?
Nah.
What? No.
Because I'm telling you, they were clowning him for not exactly a similar thing, but he was falling in
They
line
would
on that
clown
type
him for being insecure. That's what they would clown him
No,
for.
Will went deeper on it. He exposed him.
They would clown her
Man,
husband
stay
for being
home.
insecure. That nigga came to us talking about, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. My wife got all this money and I can't even. And she like, man, we would clown him for like, bro, if you don't go around and make some fucking decisions, y'all got a windfall that you don't normally get from nobody, and you gonna sit here and bitch about it?
No, me personally, but I'm saying to each his own.
If
That's why I said me
Cruz, I
personally.
would clown you if your wife got an inheritance and you started bitching about the money.
And
I don't think any of us think you would.
nobody
No, we
knew.
probably ain't gonna do that. I probably ain't even gonna tell y'all no shit like that.
I'm not
Nobody,
gonna do that.
but
Yeah, that's what I'm
nobody
saying.
knew where the
It's
money
not something
came
that comes
from.
up.
But
That ain't
us.
even. I'm not even proud to talk about that.
But if nobody knew where the money came from, nobody knew. The only people that knew were my mom, my grandfather, and the both of us, because those are the only people that were involved. No one knew that where the money came from. They just knew that we bought a house. That's the
I would have
thing. Like
known.
I don't go around like my granddaddy bought us a house. I don't do
You
that.
told me he didn't have enough money to buy a house. I would have saw that house and I'm like, I wonder who bought that house.
No, you wouldn't have, man. That's
You
just
bought
you
a
being
house?
an asshole. You would just be
The
an
first thing I'm
asshole.
gonna say, Trey, damn, you bought the house? How much you pay for the house?
My detector test
They're
determined
gonna be like,
a lie.
You not gonna walk up to no man and ask
Trey
him
gonna be
if he
like,
got his house. What part of it?
shit, I bought that motherfucker. Trey gonna be like, yeah, I bought that motherfucker. Tell you, I know how, bro. We gotta be real. We know how niggas did.
So you would have clowned this man if he said, "Yeah, her grandfather we left us with an inheritance."
No, I don't judge nobody like that, man. You know, I let people do their
Listen,
thing.
I didn't
This
say
is
I
some
would have
straight weirdo
clowned
shit.
him. I didn't say I would have clowned him.
Why
I
would you
said
even
I
ask?
am not going to go around. I'm not going to go
Nobody's
around.
gonna disclose it though.
I'm
You know
not
what I'm saying?
disclosing
Nobody
that my
discloses their
wife is
finances at
housing
all.
me. I'm not going to disclose that my wife's
Shit, you
grandfather
watching some
housing
of
me
the
as a
shows,
grown
bro?
Your
ass
wife's
man.
grandfather isn't housing you.
He
Y'all
did in a cut. Am I lying, Bohemian?
Yeah,
What?
he did.
Did your grandfather not house a grown ass man and his wife?
You said
Inadvertently,
you can
sure.
put it like that, but
no,
I don't look at it like that.
I didn't say you looked at it like that.
Listen, I would
No, I'm
understand
saying
if they
I'm
were
agree. You
destitute
can
and they
look at
couldn't
it like
afford
that.
a house.
He couldn't afford. He married you. He could not afford to put you in a
He
lifestyle.
didn't have to. That's just stupid
That's
to do
not
that.
what I'm. But that's not what I'm asking her. This man who married you, could
You
he
said he
afford?
couldn't afford it. Yes, he could afford it. She just said he could afford it. But who would move
So he
out of
could
a house
afford to
that's
buy a
free?
house.
He was working, right? It's not like he wasn't working. It's not like he wasn't making any money. But were we prepared in that moment to buy a house, like to just up and buy a house? No, we could have been prepared to buy my grandfather's condo for the amount that he was giving it to us. But to go out and find a brand new house, no, couldn't afford that.
And they were supposed to buy the condo. He drug his feet. They were supposed
And
to
there
buy
was
the
going to be
condo.
no down payment on that.
That too, and I think I stated that too. When he wasn't being assertive, when he didn't take a sense of urgency to go and buy the condo like your grandfather was kind of asking him to do. I don't take a liking to that either. That's you stated yourself. That's procrastination.
Yeah, that is what I really fought him for.
But you got to understand the trickle effect when you move like that as a man. You cannot afford to do. I would say this right here on the record. If he would have bought your damn grandfather's house, none of this shit wouldn't even never happen.
Actually, they would have two houses because she would have used the inheritance as a windfall to get some other shit, and they would be better off.
That's not what I'm asking her. If he would have pulled the trigger on your grandfather's condo when the market was down, none of this shit would have happened.
I think we would have been better off. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It's the little things like this that are critical. If you don't move as a man, it could be the end of your marriage.
That ain't even little. That's pretty fucking big. When you
It
don't pull
adds
the
up.
trigger on
That was major, and like
that
she
was
said,
extremely major. Because they basically lost money. Because think about it, if he would have pulled the trigger on the house, they could buy that house on their own.
Tens of thousands.
They was in a position to buy that house right then and there. No payment. All they had to pay was taxes. And then the grandfather would have left her an inheritance. They actually lost tens of thousands of dollars because he didn't
hundreds
of thousands.
Because their house would have been worth
because the equity went up on that condo.
Yeah,
they could have got a HELOC. They could have got a
twice
mortgage.
what mine is now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So these things, these are things that you cannot afford. These are mistakes as a man. You can't afford that. That's a
stupid mistake.
That's a super L.
You know what? That's where you should have pulled the fucking trigger. You should have pulled the
Didn't I
trigger on your
tell
grandfather's
you?
house.
That's why I said wait. I said I would have wait. I would have never done that shit. I would have made his ass activate. I said, you gonna be my husband? Pause. You gonna activate for me. That man inside of you is gonna have to activate. I am not finna go out here and be the man. And I'm trying to tell women they have to stop doing that. Because you save yourself a lot of time and babies and shit if you make sure this man activate early, and you can get yourself, if you have to get out, you can get out then. Because maybe, I would argue that maybe, just maybe, you probably wouldn't have used your inheritance as fast as you did if you would have got out of the situation with a non-assertive man earlier. You probably would have made better use and more calculated use with the inheritance you had. I would argue, in fact, your grandfather would have just told you to go back to the condo and put the inheritance and go use it to open up purchase a property and rent it out and work on some more money or some shit.
Yeah, they would have had the money to actually do.
No, she alone would have been able to do that.
Yeah, fair enough, but once you start
now
buying,
she in that motherfucker.
Yeah,
Excuse my
that
language.
was an asinine decision on. I'm gonna be honest, that was an asinine decision on both of y'all part. Y'all should have pulled the trigger when y'all had the chance to. Man,
Yeah, she'd have your
And see,
leadership.
but I was trying to be that, I was trying to let him move, like let him be the man and do the thing, right? I presented him with the opportunity, and I was allowing him the space to move. And once that opportunity fell through because of him not moving fast enough or being very assertive, when the next opportunity came.
No, you know what? No, Bruiser, you are full of shit. I'm gonna explain to you how. She did exactly what you said she should have done, and it cost her hundreds of thousands of dollars because she sat in her femininity and let this nigga drag his feet for 2 years on that house, on her grandfather condo. She let him be the man and waited on him to make a decision, and it wound up because if she would have put her foot in his ass and said, "We buying this goddamn house," and she got more assertive, they wouldn't actually be in the position that they in. But she rested in her femininity and drug her feet.
How was resting in her femininity putting her foot in his ass?
That's what I said she did do that. When she did it, it cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars because he didn't pull the trigger on the house. She rested and waited on him to make the decision, and then he didn't make the decision, and then they were forced out the house that they could have got for dirt cheap, and wind up having to use not only the money that they had on hand, but also her inheritance to buy another house. And she followed your instructions. She rested and said, "I'm gonna let him be the man. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna leave it up to him." And he drug his feet for 3 years, and they never got the house set still like they were supposed to.
She didn't wait.
I did. That's how we lost the condo. I was waiting on him to do the thing. I
get it. You waited for a certain period, but you didn't continue to maintain your femininity. You said
first of all, one thing I am 100% of the time.
She couldn't even argue that she would have never been home. I don't know why you went to the extreme and said she would have been homeless.
They was losing their house.
She would have been with her grandfather got all this money, every nigga in the world can't touch. She would have been right there in the damn basement.
What you're saying is she should have said, so basically instead of her making the decision on the house, she's gonna say, "I'm going to go stay with my grandfather."
Yes, I'm not us.
I couldn't go stay with my grandfather. My grandfather was staying with my mama. There was no one to go stay with.
So you was getting niggas that stay with women. So you went and got a husband that stay with them. God damn. There go the pattern right there. No, I'm just kidding with you.
I'm just. They wouldn't have had a house, and she would have continued to wait.
My grandfather was giving us their condo. He moved in with my mother after my grandmother passed.
Yeah, you would have went home with your grandfather, and your grandfather would have been like, "Oh, hold on, your husband can't come live up in here. You need to go get a house."
Her grandfather sold the house, so she had nowhere to go because her grandfather moved in with her mother. There was no space.
How many rooms that house got with your grandmother and your grandfather?
My grandmother and my grandfather, my mother.
Hold on, your grandfather moved with your mother.
Yeah, that he moved out of the condo.
So how many rooms does your mother have in the house that your grandfather moved in?
They took up every room. It was a 3-bedroom house, and he took up 2 of those rooms.
Probably had a CPAP machine in one of them.
No.
Why we acting like
no.
it ain't no such thing as an apartment?
Why would you stay in an apartment if you could go and buy a house in a very good housing market for less than the rent? Why would you spend money on that? Why would you just
I'm
not
telling
make
you,
the
I am not
investment?
buying a
It's
house.
free.
If I'm the woman, like, you know, I'm not gonna say that. You shouldn't be doing these things. That's all I'm saying.
I'm a fully grown adult. Adults should do things.
Your husband should be doing those things.
I am
her
an
husband
adult,
wasn't.
just like him.
I know he wasn't. That's what I'm saying.
So what
I
was
know he
she
wasn't.
supposed to do?
So hold
You
on.
tell her what she should be doing, but
I just told you what she's supposed to do. She's
I had
supposed
to
to
put my
wait.
glasses on so I could look at you, Darwin. What is it about me being a fully grown adult says that I cannot make the decisions that I need to make that the other person who is supposed to be a leader is not making? What part of that am I? What makes you think I'm not supposed to be a fully grown adult
I
and
didn't say you
be
didn't supposed to be.
capable of making
You
decisions?
conflating what I'm saying. I didn't say you wasn't supposed to be a fully grown adult. You can be a fully grown adult and wait in your femininity to make this man activate.
How? Please make that make sense. You
Wait.
heard everything she said. Tell me how that makes sense.
And
Wait.
waste money?
And do
We're
what?
wasting money
Wait.
on an apartment.
You wasted. You've been wasting money.
So wait and do what? What was she supposed to do?
Wait for him to take charge.
And do what? Where were
Go
they
and
gonna
buy a
go?
house.
So he's not buying a house. So what are they supposed to do?
This is the move.
She's supposed to wait for him to activate and go buy a house.
That doesn't make sense, bro.
The
We live in the real world.
delusion.
It does make sense.
You said basically go be homeless.
No, he is not gonna let them be homeless.
Right.
That's the extreme.
Oh.
So how long was she supposed to wait? They was losing their
Until
house.
he go buy the damn house.
How long did you have between the moment you bought the house, right? Between the moment you was closing on the house and the moment y'all was gonna lose the previous house, how much time did you have in between those 2 days?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What'd you say? Say that one more
From the
time.
moment your grandfather sold the house that y'all had to go. This is D-Day. You gotta go. And the time y'all closed on the house, how much time was between those 2 moments?
Closed on the house in June. So he sold it by the end of the year.
So 6 months.
Roughly. I think that it was before the end of the year. It wasn't the end of the year. It was before the end of the year sometime. I think that it might have been in October somewhere.
October.
So
if I'm not mistaken.
4 months. So you had 4 months. And how long did you wait? You waited 4 months or you had up to 4 months?
What, before I went and looked for the house?
Before you went and bought the house?
Yeah, no, it was a year.
No, I'm talking about between the time that you had to get at the time that
she bought the house 4 months before they had to get out their grandfather's house.
So you had 4 months before you was gonna get evicted.
If she wouldn't have bought the house, y'all would have had up to 4 months.
Yeah. So
you had a 4 month period to where you had to go search, or before you had to search for a house. Did you exhaust the whole?
No, what she's saying is they closed. So if they closed on their house in June, their grandfather sold his condo 4 months later.
Yeah, he couldn't put it on the market
You
until
still
we got
had
out.
4 more months.
No, he couldn't put it on the market until we moved out.
Okay,
He had
see?
to.
There
We
you go.
had to. We had to go. He was trying to.
Who was paying for the condo?
So he was paying the taxes and insurance. The condo was paid out.
Oh my God.
It was paid for. He was paying for the taxes and insurance. I was paying every other bill.
Who was paying the mortgage?
There is no mortgage.
There was no mortgage.
Oh, there was no
It was
mortgage. There
free
was
and
just property
clear.
tax and insurance and
That's
the
it.
utilities.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and he can't put it on the market until y'all get out.
Right. He had to get the place ready to sell. So he couldn't do any of that with us there.
It doesn't go on the market. until he activate.
So yeah, my grandfather wasn't going for that.
And you just corroborated that you wouldn't be homeless. So we can take that off of the fucking board.
No. My grandfather was not going for that. He needed to get that
Exactly.
place ready to sell, so we had to go ASAP.
I know he wasn't going for that. What I'm saying, he would have had to activate. You activated.
No, he didn't. He didn't activate.
I know he didn't, but I'm saying
your father said y'all gotta go.
You would have had to make him. I'm saying you would have to make him activated by waiting and patient in your family and saying, "Baby, I'm not gonna do it," because I can argue right now, Bohemian. He didn't never come to you and say, "Girl, you need to hurry up and go look for a house." Did he say that?
My grandfather?
No, your man.
No.
Okay then. He never gave her a sense of urgency saying, "You need to hurry up and go look for a house because your grandfather said we got to get up out of here."
No.
He never said any of that, right?
That was me.
Exactly. You activated. He should have activated. You should have took your sweet ass time and made his ass get a sense of urgency in his ass and activate.
No, that's just not who I am. I can't sit
exactly.
around.
I know it ain't.
That's just
you're masculine. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm not masculine. I'm extremely feminine. I am extremely feminine.
So
but I'm
smart. Bohemian, what you gonna learn in life? If you keep doing the work that the man's supposed to do in your life, he'll never activate.
I'm doing the work that adults are supposed to do. He will
sit on his ass and let you be the man. You cannot let a man do that.
I was doing the work that a fully grown adult is supposed to do.
You could call it fully grown adult all you want. I get it. You don't like the masculine. You don't like the gender, whatever. I get it. I sense that. But I'm telling you about the research I've been doing, my experience, by the people I'm dealing with. If you keep letting the man not play his role, you're gonna find yourself in this situation again in the future. I'm telling you.
They would have that doesn't.
And I think that's why you said you wanted a partner or some shit like that.
There is no activate. The grandfather came in and told him y'all gotta go, and he didn't activate. That should have been his activation point. He should have said, "Oh shit, we gotta go." He never said that.
So when your grandfather said, "Hey, y'all to go," what was his immediate response?
I don't know.
He drug his fucking feet. He drug his feet.
It wasn't really any. It wasn't. Well, I guess we gotta just go on. And it was just like, well.
I'm telling you, you gotta watch that. I'm telling you, you wasn't supposed to be.
It was. I can tell you this.
When you did that, you took the load off. You took the load the responsibility as a man supposed to have, as a man in a relationship, as the man. You took his manhood off his shoulders when you didn't wait. And you activated for him. You shouldered the load. He didn't even flinch at what your grandfather said. You should have just sat there like, well, what you gonna do, nigga? You should have did that and waited for him. And if he didn't activate it, you should have just fucking packed your shit up and got the hell on. And you should have never went any further from there. Should have never went any further from there.
All right, Darwin. I'll agree with that.
You should have never went in. You should have nipped that shit in the butt right there. This man don't want to be a man in his relationship. That's it.
Because when you put it like that, I should have just packed up and left and not went any further than that. Now that I can agree with, because I would have been home.
That should have been your exit right there. This man don't want to be a man. Who the fuck am I married to? I'm out. You should have been gone from there. You should have never went forward and bought a house and living all this misery and buying cars and shit and doing all this tit-for-tat and bullshit. No,
it wasn't a tit for tat. I really did need a new car, and I just went and bought it. Like I needed that car. I didn't just buy it. Huh?
She would have still wound up buying a house.
Yes, I still would have done. I still would.
Because guess what? She would have left him and used her inheritance to buy a house.
Yeah, that still would happen.
I didn't say it still wouldn't happen. So I'm saying you would save time. You would save all that time. You would have been able to exit that at that point.
She exited the rest of the year.
Okay.
She exited
all I'm saying, regardless of what you would have done after that, I'm saying it wasn't even supposed to go any further from that point.
So, Darwin, you think that would have been a grounds for divorce?
That would have been a grounds for divorce. This man don't want to be a man.
Therapy or counseling.
That could have went and got counseling. I don't even know if y'all. We didn't even
They
get
ain't
to
got
that
time
part.
for that.
We did. It's
Y'all went to counseling
after the
Jesus.
house was already
Oh,
bought.
yeah.
You talking about before then? They ain't got no time for counseling when
Yeah.
when the eviction notice is on the door. You ain't got
Yeah,
time for counseling.
after the fact, after we bought the house, yeah, I suggested counseling. So yeah.
Nah, see, I would have suggested counseling whenever he wasn't being a man from the jump.
Oh, I did before the process started. I actually did because when I saw that,
Oh,
when I saw it, when I noticed it, I was like, "Yeah, we need to go see somebody." His
and then what
response
did he say?
was,
And what
"We
did he
don't
say?
need no counseling." All right.
You talking about when he drug his? So this was when he was dragging his feet on the house,
Yeah,
or
I
this was
knew
during
it then.
the house buying
I
process, or before y'all got evicted?
But yeah, this was before. We were
Oh yeah,
still in the
that's right. 'Cause
condo,
y'all
and I
closed on the
suggested it.
house. Yeah, y'all closed on the house, but like the moment. So this happened when y'all were supposed to close on the condo, and he drug his feet, right?
And I suggested counseling, and he rejected it. He didn't accept it until after we bought the
Did you
house.
meet? Did you meet?
I saw it coming. I did,
Did you
and
meet
I
his
suggested
relatives?
it.
Did you meet his
Huh?
relatives, like his father and all that?
Say it again.
Did you meet his relatives, like his father and all that?
Yeah.
What does father say about that?
Oh, I don't know what he said about it.
Damn.
I guarantee you his father was pissed. I guarantee you his father was pissed. That was stupid. That whole decision was dumb. You not pulling the trigger on the condo and then you wind up spending more money than you should have was absolutely dumb.
I mean, his father might have not known all that.
Man, you somebody tell you all you gotta do is buy this
I
little
would think I
condo.
would have been embarrassed to tell my father that.
Yeah, that was, and I would have definitely been embarrassed to
at
tell
the
him
same
that
time,
after.
His father didn't
if
talk
they
much,
wouldn't
so
have did
I
it,
don't know
you
what
probably would
happened.
have
I don't know
lost
what
even
he
more.
You said what?
Because the market, the potential for them to lose even more is great too. Because the housing market was not going lower; it probably already bottomed out, so it's just going to get more expensive, which they did. If you're saying like they did, so it wasn't really the worst look. Sure, they missed out on that first individual deal, but it was nothing she could have done about it. She was trying to wait for homeboy. He wasn't really with it. She's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna miss out on these prices. I'm gonna get this investment and keep it
Did
going.
you ever ask him? Did you
In
ever
the
ask?
neighborhood I got in it, man, I had to move.
Did you ever ask this man? Hey, do you want me to wait on you? Is there something that you want me to do? Did you ever say that?
That's not who I am.
Damn, dog.
Femininity. Femininity is important in these situations.
Now that I do agree
We
with most.
can't have the conversation about femininity and masculinity when it's time to handle business. Business got to be handled. It doesn't matter who does it. Business needs to be handled. And I'm a facts over feelings type of person when it comes to handling business.
You
It's
have to give
perfectly
him
fine.
the. You
Like I
gotta at
have
least
to have the
communicate.
conversation with you as my partner, but facts over feelings when business when it's time for business to be taken care of, we got to stop all the bullshit. We got to stop all these feminine, masculine
That is
things.
so
When
bad.
it's time to do the thing, you got to do the thing.
No,
And I'm
Bruce.
just a person that
This is
takes
your
care of business.
husband.
No,
I
Bruce,
just
you
do.
been trying to hold that nigga accountable all night, and finally, we all agree with you. That nigga was dragging his feet. He fucked up. There, you can't. That woman, she ain't supposed to try to hold
You
his
just
hand.
saying what I said. You just
Exactly. I'm finally agreeing with you that motherfucker fucked up, and she ain't supposed to have to hold his hand through that bullshit.
I didn't say she had to hold his hand. I said, did she ever say, "Hey, babe, you know we got to get up out of here. Are you handling this? Do you got this?" Because I'm thinking about going to go do it. I'm asking her that they have that conversation.
Oh, when you put it like that, yeah.
And what did he say?
What you said before
Did he say?
wasn't that.
Did he say, "Nah, babe, I got it"?
Yeah, he said, "Nah, let's do this." No. And then nothing. Because when the process actually happened, because he was dragging his feet, and I'm trying to figure out, like, is this something that are we doing this? What do you want to do? What are you doing?
What did he say?
He said, yeah, well, let's do, we got to buy a house. Let's just, and so when I'm looking for houses, I'm talking about during the process. Up until then, I didn't think that there was a problem. I just thought he was slow. Like you just moving slow.
So you didn't assume that he was looking for a house?
So he wasn't. He was not.
So
and
did
so
you
I
ask?
would sit in the bed.
Hold on? Did you ask him? He say, "Baby, you said let's do this, but why are you not looking for a house?" Did you say anything like that?
No, I sat in the bed. Hold on. I sat in the bed. I got my computer. I said, "Hey, let's look at some houses. Let's see what's out there." I was like, and I would get the computer and hey, sit right beside him, computer facing both of us. Let's look for this. Let's do this. And I would scroll through. What do you think about this? Do you want me to set up?
He was sitting over there talking about,
You know, visit your house and pulled your internet out.
She was sitting there, that nigga was sitting over there, well, I mean, yeah, it's all right. Yeah, that's cool, I guess. All right, you want to go see the house with me? No, I'm all right, you got it, baby.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. But, you know,
she tried, Bruiser. She tried. That nigga was dragging his feet, bro.
Him and I'm,
I get you, Swing. He damn sure did drag his feet, but I'm
he
just
was
saying,
dragging his feet, bro.
I'm just not a fan of that.
Man,
I did all I could do as a feminine woman. I tried to passively do it, and it just took too long.
If you can do it all over again, would you have bought that house?
Hell yeah.
So, Bruiser,
in this neighborhood for the price I got it from.
Let me, Bruiser. I got it. So I get it, Bruiser. But I'm trying to give it to you from a perspective of when life is life. Like if eviction notice is on the door, and the person that you with is dragging their feet, but y'all gotta go. You ain't got time to sit there and try to make that person understand and realize that they gotta move. You have to start moving because if they're not moving, I'm not about to be on the streets for your goofy ass. That's when life is life. I get it from your perspective.
Was there ever an eviction notice on the door?
There was no eviction notice on the door.
In this scenario, that's not even logical. This is a paid off house, and he can't put it on the market.
So you're gonna handcuff your grandfather until your grandfather's just gonna say, "Get the fuck out of my house."
And what he gonna do?
He was pressuring.
You know what?
He was pressuring the boss.
That's what I would have preferred. I would have preferred another man come in that house.
Now that I
tell this man to fucking activate.
I
promise you, if I'm your grandfather, I'm gonna look that motherfucker right in his eyes. I'm gonna say, you better get off your ass and go look for a motherfucking house, and you got X amount of days to get the fuck out.
No,
he would have. His ass would have activated. That's what you should have waited on.
But then at that point, now
waited on.
First and foremost, I'm sure your grandfather was already looking at him funny. But like your grandfather would have looked at him extra funny if he got to sit here and fight this nigga out of his damn house, bro. I'm telling you, your grandfather probably. If I'm the grandfather, and I already told y'all like, hey, look, I'm trying to sell this house. Here's your inheritance. Go ahead and do y'all thing. And then this nigga start dragging his feet to get out my house. I don't want to that's just unnecessary bad blood. He wasn't doing Bruiser. The point is, the reality is he wasn't doing what he was supposed to do. And regardless of the situation, this problem would have arisen anyway. There ain't no activation. He wouldn't have been activated because she would have felt some type of way if him and her grandfather beefing because this nigga's kicking him out the house. And now he walking around the house with the stank I eat ass look on his face, mad at her grandfather for some shit he's supposed to do.
Okay, who cares? That's part of life. Get off your ass. Ain't nobody care about your feelings.
Also, what's part of life is getting
nobody
shit
care
done
about your
before
feelings.
I gotta force you out the damn house.
Out of the house. Activate, man.
You should have activated when he was
I promise you, if I'm willing to bet that he probably never had that experience. And he maybe needed that in his life. He needed that moment, and you took it away from him because you picked his balls up for him. And you put them between your legs, and you went out. You went out to the subdivisions. You should have left his balls right there with him.
No,
let your father make him pick his own balls up. That's what we want to see.
That's doing the most, though, man. Like you expect.
That's doing the absolute most.
You look to a man
That's
for
what we
leadership.
need. That's what men need. Y'all keep saying we doing the most, but y'all gotta understand these are the reasons why these women can't trust us.
No, I don't
policing
disagree with you. But I wouldn't expect a woman to sit there and wait on this man to lose
He's
to drop
supposed to
his.
be leading. He's supposed to be leading at that point. So when you're not leading, then the female is bound to do.
Somebody got to do something.
All types of shit.
Did your grandfather ever ask you, Boheen? Damn, baby, why did you have to go out and buy the house? What was up with you?
No, because he wasn't concerned with it. The only thing he was concerned with was
shit
the
is-
fact that I had a house.
The grandfather was
He
saying,
just
"Get
wanted
the
to make
hell out of
sure-
my house like a felon." That's all he was concerned with.
That nigga just wanted you out of there so he can get away from your damn mama.
No, in the
Think
grand
about it.
Out of
scheme
your
of
mama.
things,
He was like, I don't care who go by.
Think about it from the grandfather's
out.
perspective. Think about it from y'all already got the money to buy a house. There ain't no worries. Here's your inheritance.
he just
Go
wanted
buy
me to be
your house.
okay.
I'm trying to sell this house. Here's your money. Go buy
Yeah.
y'all house. Y'all
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
If he would have drug his feet in that man's house, that is just dumb for a man. The grandfather shouldn't have to do all that because he already put the blessing right in front of y'all.
Already did drag his feet. What you talking about? That already happened.
Right, but
He
there's a
did
difference.
that.
There's a
All I'm
difference
saying is his
No.
grandfather would have had to go down there and speak to him. Your grandfather never had to. Your grandfather on the record, Boheen.
Now I don't
Your
know if they
grandfather
had-
never had to go pull him to the side and say, what's going on?"
So to be fair, I don't know what separate conversations they had. I'm not privy to. My grandfather, if he did it, did not let me know about it. But my grandfather, in the grandest scheme of things, is not going to waste his time having a conversation about something when the only thing he wants to do is just make sure I'm okay. As long as I'm cool, he cool. And so did he want him to do more? Absolutely. But my grandfather is just not going to make a big deal of it because his responsibility is me.
And
He
he
would
already
have made a big deal of it. He would have came marching down there, listen to some damn James Brown. Get up, get on
out, and get up and get on out.
He would have got out that motherfucking Chevy Caprice or whatever the hell he is, and he would have been like, "Hey, let me speak to your man." Came in there with that shotgun or some shit.
Man, nah, man.
I'm gonna give you-
I would say this. His ball, like you talking about, he needed to pick his own balls up. That was a wrap on that, bro. That motherfucker, it was a wrap on that.
I mean, it in the situation, it's fault to be had on both sides. I apologize for my fault in everything after the fact. We sat down, we had a long conversation. I apologize for everything that I had a hand in because I thought that he deserved that. But in the grandest scheme of things, we just were not meant for one another. We just weren't. I mean, like, we can fight over the particulars or whatever, but yeah, I had a part in all of this as well.
Oh, I got another twist.
I bet you this dude shoved his glasses up like this.
No.
I got a test question for you. I just want to test your masculinity. I'm sorry, your femininity. If you got a notice on your house from HOA that said, you know what? Your grass ain't getting cut. Your grass ain't been cut. It look horrible. You got 24 hours to get that damn grass cut. And your husband is in there on the couch watching motherfucking Tiger Woods put it in the hole. Oh. And he dragging his feet. Oh, come on, man. You fucking my whole shit up. So look, he's sitting on the couch. And they finna get y'all a fat ass fine. Come on, man. They finna give your ass a fat ass fine, right? Or you gonna sit there and say, fuck it, I'm gonna get this push lawnmower and do it myself. Or you gonna make that motherfucker activate?
I'm making him do it.
The people want to know, is the ex-husband remarried?
No.
Okay.
They're scheming on him.
There's a difference between fucking cutting the grass because you about to get a fine on the door and being put out your house.
We know, Sweeney. Come on, don't try to make it like I'm just testing. I just did a simple test. Damn, I could have went extreme.
Don't make them say go cut. They about to put a notice on it though. Go cut the grass. And probably guess what? She would have probably made them pay the fine.
I thought HOA cut the grass. Don't HOA cut the grass anyway?
How many of y'all really honestly?
Gonna cut the grass.
How many of y'all expected her to say?
Nah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Where y'all at?
No, I HOA don't.
I ain't gonna lie, Bohemian. No disrespect, but I expected you to
That's
say I'm
crazy.
gonna get out there and
What the fuck they taking your money for?
No.
We got a big ass like pool. We paying for like
I had you wrong.
Pools and all types of bullshit.
Forgive me. I thought you was gonna be like,
it's
yeah,
mainly the pool.
No,
it's mainly the community pools. That's what most of our budget goes towards. And the only people that have to pay HOAs for grass cutting and is the townhouses in our community. They're the only ones that got to pay like for grass cutting HOA. We don't pay HOA for that. But man,
oh no, we pay HOA, but we still got to cut our own shit.
Man, and then they tell you that if you got to have your yard a certain way, like like here's the fucked up part, right? So it's been very common in our community that these trees been dying. Not to no fault of any of the residents, these trees just ain't surviving. And these motherfuckers will come by and see your tree dead and tell you got to replace the tree. But meanwhile, you go out there on it because like there's the private property and then there's like the community property, right? All the trees on the community property dead as a doorknob. And they telling you got to replace the tree on your property. I was like, man, y'all some hoes for that shit.
No, not just cut the bitch down. You have to replace.
You have to replace it. Like
the whole tree.
Up,
I had to replace
it and then put a brand new tree right there.
I had to replace it.
Damn. Yeah, that's why I would never, ever in life live in a place with HOA.
And these my neighbor across the street replaced their tree 3 times, bro. 3 times they had to replace the tree.
You gotta water it.
They got bad soil or some shit.
Oh, you gotta water it.
I don't know what. No, well, so
Shit,
here's my theory. There's 2 things that I think that I noticed with trees, right? And I found this out because I was trying to figure out my yard when I was getting my yard and working my doing something with my sprinkler system. I was looking up how long you're supposed to water your grass and all of that. So what I found out was that when your tree is young, you're supposed to keep the roots exposed when you're watering it. And what they did for everybody's tree is they grabbed all this mulch and like piled it up around the base of the tree. So like all the trees where the roots were covered up with the mulch, all of them looked like they were either dying or growing funny.
It was killing.
And then they were killing the tree. And then also I think you can overwater the tree. And then some people probably wasn't watering their tree at all. So what I learned, that's why my tree survived. Even my tree was ripped up due to a storm that we had. And I was able to pull my tree back and put it back in the ground. And I just left the first thing I did was expose the roots. And then I made sure I watered it twice a week. And you only supposed to water it for the first year. And after that, you don't have to water it no more.
I'm curious, man. Key, whatever you would have done if that nigga was dragging his feet.
She would have bought the house.
You can't let it go.
She would have bought the house.
I just want to know her perspective. I just want to know what she would have done.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I think I don't know, darling. Your solution just is too cutthroat for me for marriage.
It's okay. I ain't gonna. I just want to know. It's
I'm
cool.
really trying to think through my response because I just feel like there's so many things that were missing from that whole discussion.
Okay,
but let's just assume that we talked it through.
In this live, man.
Oh, okay.
No, let her get her point off and then end it. Damn, how you gonna do it like that?
Talk it through, and I actually did believe that he wanted me to go ahead and do that. I would have done it with the belief that that's what my husband wanted me to do.
But okay,
now
so I guess, I guess most women. I guess we could say most women would have done the same.
I mean, we're talking about your residence, like where you live, like.
Yeah.
That's why I said, like, you got to think of it from the perspective of life is life, and not necessarily from a perspective like this is like your life is moving as quickly as the decision needs to be made. Like you
Yeah.
ain't got time to be waiting on somebody just dragging their feet, talking about, well, I don't know, man. I guess.
Yeah, I'm telling you. If I
Every
see
one of
any
those
sign of
situations.
that as a father, grandfather, I'm probably gonna say, yeah, you.
But I will say this though, Bruce, you did give me if that is my daughter, I'm definitely gonna pay attention to some shit like that. Like, hold on, man. Like, hey,
Yeah,
then I might have to go have a
like,
conversation with her, like, hey, bro, why are you dragging your feet on this? You know what I mean? Y'all got shit that needs to be done. Man up.
Thank you.
True, but I think we have to have
I think
grace.
we have to.
I don't expect my daughter to do that.
No, she shouldn't. We have to do that. That's where the village used to be. But we don't really have the nuclear family like that for real. But that's what they used to do. Remember how you said when a man, back in the time when it was a village, a man used to do wrong, the brothers used to come and get him in line.
Yeah.
I forgot the phrase you said. We supposed to be able to check and to the women's part that we be arguing with, we don't have men. That phase or that era is gone. That used to be a useful tool to keep dudes in line. Like you wasn't when you saw you wasn't hitting on your woman. She got brothers and uncles and fathers and grandfathers that gonna come check you. You were handling business. You weren't out here running the streets, not taking care of your kids. We would say you better come get your kids, man. Like we don't have that. Like that's a different era, and that's what I'm saying. Like I know we got to do. I know on the other side, on the women's side, we got to bring back shame. But we do also got to start checking each other as men too. And I think those two things will make a huge difference.
So before let me let the audience know something real quick, because I just saw this in the chat. Because they like, man, y'all believe her story and all of this. It doesn't really matter. We're basing our position off her story. We can't go down the what if rabbit hole and all that other shit. The only person that knows whether her story is true or not is her. All we're doing is giving commentary on what should happen if her story is the truth.
Yeah.
Like,
because at the end of the day, how many skits we react to, right?
And they all be
impromptus and shit. Nobody said nothing about that when we beating the women across the head.
Their marriage is over, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Talking about them stay out of other people's marriages. There ain't no damn marriage. Girl, go ahead and end the damn live, man. These motherfuckers tripping.
You gotta do like Russell Westbrook. These niggas tripping.
Mr. Devoto 125 says, good to see Umar taking accountability. A lot of FBAs don't like to use contraception, unfortunately. Wrap it up and you avoid most of your problems.
FBAs? God.
499 says, why we still talking about marriage? People ain't trying to get married, men or women. It is what it is. Well, Sweeney is 100% correct. Freedom is the biggest reason for a home is broken. If you want to restore the black family to where it once was, you need to bring back Jim Crow or something like it.
What the fuck?
The majority of black women have kids, and 60+% of those women have multiple baby fathers, all while the majority of black men don't have kids. Sean, over 50% of black men don't even have children. This is a female problem where having y'all are choosing the men. Sean again says over 35% of black men are married. So who's making these babies with all these single mamas? It's low percentage of black men. So you need to address black women. Black Intellectual 499, a problem with Bohemian. Bo statement is that you are still waiting until after you have kids to have these standards. That's the main problem. Rashawn with the $5. Domestic violence is a significant factor in the debate surrounding mandatory DNA testing in Jamaica. The government is trying to protect evil women. Black Intellectual, to build off my previous statement, the other problem is y'all picking fathers based off the things that are not important. Rashawn, $10 said, JR, you let Shan off the hook last week. I want Shan to answer. If over 50% of men don't have children, then what the percentage of men are creating single parent homes? Rashawn, $5 says, no, I can't just say, hey, can I take you out? I got a spit game. Peacocking is because you women prefer to play hard to get. You want to be chased. Began 11 for $10. My parents' first date was at a local hamburger spot. They were married for 48 years.
Thank you.
Nick in the basement says the old heifers taught you women wrong. Elder heifers ain't shit.
Straight up. Doing a
Mr.
lot,
Voter with the 125 foreign currency. A man's goal is to get sex. A woman's goal is to keep a man after he gets sex. If a man leaves you after he gets sex from you, it's your fault. Bruno with the $3 super sticker. Bruno with a $2 super sticker. Thank you, Bruno. John Henry, $5 is Umar's claim based on men not wearing condoms or women sleeping with men knowing damn well they won't wear condoms. Culpability is on both of them. John Henry, fellas is bruiser on with the fellas. The fact is we can't plant a seed until she gives us access to the earth. My guys, hashtag facts. Rashawn with the $5 says statistically, women with too many bodies are more likely to divorce. They are home breakers, and we know black women lead in that area. Ronald with the $2 super sticker. Rashawn, $5. Proverbs 31:10. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her worth is far above rubies. John Henry, $5 says the last vestige. Did I say that correctly?
Close enough.
Vestige, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know either. Of slavery, holding blacks back in belief in the Bible. Wake up, black people. Raise with the 199. Only real ninjas eat the yams.
What are you talking about?
John Henry,
That was for you,
$10.
Bruce. You
said you wanted to eat the ass.
earlier.
Yeah.
I never said I wanted to.
Search Dr. Ray
did.
Hagen, the council that
Back
created
up now.
Jesus. Prominence has always been ours. Take a moment to see it and let it go of European Jesus. Peace. And lastly, Ikane says she wanted the man to secure her financially.
Kenny was wrong like a mug. She did not want him to secure her.
She
Thank
got
you,
it for
guys.
more than a year.
Even though she in here, I guarantee you she was willing to secure him.
All right, hit that like button, y'all. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all support everybody on the panel. And catch us next time. Y'all enjoy your weekend. And we are out.